Hello all. Good afternoon, good morning in many parts of the world. This is a really great opportunity and this is a great time for us to welcome you all the viewers across the globe to the main day of the United Nations World Creativity and Innovation Day. Today is the 21st April. On behalf of my team, Council for Creative Education Finland, University of Jyväskylä, and World Innovation and Creativity Day, I welcome you all for this amazing online conference with the theme, Embrace the Creativity Amidst COVID-19 Crisis. These are very special times. I'm sure that everybody of you are taking well care of yourself as well as your family. And there are many of us who are even taking the family of the country, for them the family is country, and they are taking care of like doctors, nurses, and they are taking care of the family, and for them the family is a country. So this is a really great, let's give due respect to all of these people who are helping us to make the police force, firemen, support staffs, cleaning part. So this is because of them only we can be able to stay at our homes and offices right now safely. So with these words, I welcome you all again, once again, and let's start the proceedings of the conference by which we can be able to know how the things are going to shift forward. I'm sure that all the speakers are here, and at the same time, I can be able to see that there is all the visitors. I can see as of now there are 623, 24, 25 combined online visitors are here through Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. So these three are here. So let's start with the quick proceedings of this part. So the online conference onto this Embrace the Creativity Amidst COVID-19. This is been celebrated as a part of the UNESCO's World Innovation and Creativity Day, and this has been jointly efforts by the University of Jyväskylä, Council for Creative Education Finland, and World Creativity and Innovation Day. Please use this. You can on the screen you can see the three hashtags: hashtag WCID, hashtag CC Finland, and hashtag ZYU, which is the University of Jyväskylä. Please use this hashtag for social networking and posting it. I can see that many of the visitors are there, so please make sure that you post it on your social media and spread the creativity and innovation within your network as well. I would like to thank you all to more than 1,400 participants who registered through emails, through Facebook events, and as well as through direct Wix events. We have got amazing response of more than 66 countries participating in this conference from all continents. This is a great achievement for all of us. We can see that as of today, in last only 5 days, we have 126,000 unique user views for all the speakers. So I would like to thank all the speakers who have taken efforts in making this conference possible and created the videos within very short amount of time and making things possible. And we have 28 speakers coming live today, and this is a great feeling on behalf of my entire team here. And we can expect around 6,200 unique online users, those who watch the videos as well as those who watch the current live session. So again, welcome all to the World Creativity and Innovation Day celebration. My name is Heram Kulkarni. I am the director for the ICT Development and Strategy at Council for Creative Education Finland. And I would like to give a quick brief about what is happening, and then we will take the entire conference forward in a very unique way. For all the participants over there, we will have this conference for 3.5 hours. It will start as the Finland time 1 o'clock and it will end at 16:30 or 4:30 p.m. Finland time. Please check your watches and type as per the time zones, and then we can be able to go ahead with the timings. First part will be the keynote address and the opening part, so which is right now going on, and then we will have 3 sessions, very interesting sessions, and the speakers to whom you have watched the videos, they will be able to speak with you, live interactions. So, can you see this? This is something which we use daily. But don't get upset by why this coming at the first part. Bear in mind, these are not toilet papers. These are the cakes. And on this World Innovation and Creativity Day, I see this is an amazing creativity done by a baker or bakery owner from Helsinki. On the day when this outbreak of corona started, she got cancellations of many of her cake orders. Within 4 to 5 days, she found that many of the cake orders are going out and the cake is getting wasted. She came up with an amazing idea that she found that on all the markets, the toilet papers are getting out of the stock. So she came up with the idea, why not to prepare a cake of the toilet papers? And she created a design of the cake using amazing ingredients, eating ingredients, and she prepared these cakes, and these cakes become hit. Within first hour of posting this part that she is selling this part, all 5 cakes went for the sell, and within next 7 days she had got amazing orders. She could be able to not only generate amazing interest, but she could be able to save her bakery in this corona pandemic. This is the creativity and innovation required in the time of crisis. And we at Council for Creative Education Finland and the University of Jyväskylä, we are here to use the same mission for how we can be able to make it possible. So along with me, my colleague Christoph, Shirin, and all the speakers, today we are bringing an amazing treat for all of you so that you can be able to think that what is going to happen in the future so that we can be able to create amazing interest in the field of education and as well as in the life to survive out of this crisis. To take it forward, I guess everyone knows that to make this creativity, we need a curiosity, we need a resilience nowadays. And in this crisis time, we need more of a resilience now. We need a problem-solving attitude, and we need a lifelong learning and continuous learning and unlearning as well. In short, we need to be creative. In Finland, all these 5 attitudes, we call them as a SISU approach. SISU, which is a never quit approach. In case of very difficult times, the Finns will continue working on solving the problems, coming up with the solutions, and fighting spirit will be on. So this is the basic idea of coming up with this conference. So how we work on the same part. So as a part of Council for Creative Education, we work on the research and the promotion and the education of the creative pedagogy. We work with the universities, governments, schools across the globe. CC is really proud that we have been a part of we are a part of the official member of the Education Finland program, which is under the National Agency for Education and under the Ministry of Education of Finland. And we have our network across the globe with offices and our collaborators. We can see that really a lot of collaborators from CC, they are already online and they are sharing the messages and sending us the questions. That's really great. As a part of our work, we divided ourselves into the 4 important aspects: trainings and workshops. We have something which is very innovative called as the SISU box, which is the Finnish priestly in the box. And then we conduct this kind of conferences. Just to give a brief about what exactly is what we are working on. And we are really proud to get associated with University of Jyväskylä for this. With these opening words, I would like to shift focus to my colleague Shirin Kulkarni. Shirin. Shirin is the director for the research at Council for Creative Education Finland, and she's one of the coordinator of this conference. Shirin, can you hear me?
Yes, Hiram. Thanks for the introduction. And I welcome you all to this conference, Embrace the Creativity Amidst COVID-19 Crisis. As Hiram said, it's a joint effort, so I really thank all the speakers and everybody who has contributed towards this conference. Today, on the occasion of World Creativity and Innovation Day, I would like, Hiram, can you please share the screen with everybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is already there.
Yeah, I cannot see it, so that's why I say.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So, as I was telling that today on the occasion of the World Creativity and Innovation Day, CC would like to present the first published book by us, which is now available on Amazon.com. The title of the book is In Search of Creativity, a compilation of international studies. It is published by CCE. Next slide, please. So it is published by CCE, and it is a compilation of selected peer-reviewed and research papers. We collected all these papers through our symposium, which was held in 2015, and we got participants from more than 44 countries, so from across all 6 continents. Now we are going to conduct the 7th symposium in the series in November 2020, if everything goes well, and we are praying for the same, that the pandemic is controlled till that time. Little bit more information about the book. Next slide, please. So in the book, the authors which have contributed there, they are the teachers and university researchers, and also researchers from private institutions. You can read the papers from Algeria, Canada, Italy, Greece, Poland, Switzerland, UK, Turkey, and India. There are total 10 chapters in the book, and the central theme is creativity in education. So if I briefly give you an idea that what you can expect in the book is that there is a discussion about new kind of schools. Then there is experimental inquiry with low cost materials, is a paper written by a mathematics teacher from Greece. Awakening the Heart of Creativity is written by Barbara, and she is talking mainly about using creativity as the tool for self-expression. So I would just like to quickly go through one quote which she has mentioned. So she says she has offered about her story of renovating her house from old to new. And she says about that, I offer this story and a small peek into my life as an invitation to consider that even our concepts of what creativity in education means might need a renovation from the inside out. So I guess this is a very powerful quote, and that's what we want to do now through this conference. Then there are also other papers for mathematical creativity from Turkey. We have one interesting paper about inquiry-based learning as a tool for enhancing creativity. And this writer, Evelina Shizuko, she also talks about how inquiry-based learning encourages not only creativity, but also the communication skills and the critical thinking skills. So this book is available on the Amazon.com. The introductory price for the book is $4.39. So I invite you all to check the book on Amazon.com and read it and let us know your feedback. What do you feel about the book? So with this, I thank you all for joining us today. And I would like to invite Christoph and to introduce our keynote speakers and UNESCO chairs, respected Professor Pekka Nathanmäki and Professor Heikki Lyutinen. So over to Christoph. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shirin. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for making this online conference possible, and for the great professional and technical support what we received from Creative Council of Education. It was absolutely imminent and perfect during the preparation of this event. So I think this day of creativity, of innovation, got really special for unwanted reasons. Actually, this year it has been organized from 2002. It started by Marcy Segal from Canada, but I think it was never that much about problem solving and overcoming the obstacles than it's today. And I'm really happy that you suggested to the UNESCO chairs of University of Jyväskylä to celebrate this day of creativity and innovation from the point of view of education. As both of the UNESCO chairs of the University of Jyväskylä, both Professor Pekka Nathanmäki and Professor Heikki Lyutinen, have a strong focus on education. So as you have already could hear from Professor Nathanmäki's talk, that he's a head and UNESCO chair of digital platforms for transforming economies, which includes also public services like education and healthcare services, and how this is transformed in the digital age, and how this new digital architecture can bring us into the new era. And this also during these days are on heavy trial, I think, all over the world, when more than 1.5 billion children, so almost 2 billion children, is cut down from the traditional forms of education. And I have to also recall that Professor Lyutinen's field on inclusive literacy learning for all, as you could hear from his talk. If you missed these video talks, you can watch it from CCA Finland webpage. So he developed a fantastic tool called Graphogame, which putting into digital context learning the reading and numeracy skills. So I suggest you to follow these talks, and this is a fantastic opportunity also to have some discussion with the speakers live. So I don't want to take more time, just wish you a great discussion during this day. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank Christoph, and Christoph is a main organizer of this entire conference. So first of all, really kudos to Christoph. This is a really amazing thing. Now, I would like Christoph you to discuss with the Pekka about the proceedings, and as well as the basic themes regarding the conference.
Okay, so the first question goes to Pekka Nathanmäki, Professor Nathanmäki, who talked about digital platforms in the transformation of education. So how do you see that these tools, these digital tools, which are available already now, how these can contribute to a global architecture of digital education worldwide?
Thank you. First of all, in my lecture, I have shown some model what we are installing in Finland step by step. It is based on this database where are all material what learners need, and then there is some information systems which helps teachers and learners. Because in Finland we have public school system, everybody goes to public school system. It is simple, but if we think worldwide, then we must find a solution where the public sector or private sector communicate. I can send you greetings from European Council. I was yesterday evening, we had discussion with the representative of Commissar Jutta Urpilainen team. She is responsible of the external relation of European Union, and she is, by the way, teacher by himself from University of Jyväskylä. And one of the first thing in her list is education. And I think European Union could have a central role in the distribution of these things inside of Europe, and then next step is to extend to other countries.
You mentioned the synergies and possible collaborations between the private and public sector. This always raises up many questions when we think about privacy and private information, you know, what are very important. How do you see these kind of questions today?
Yes, there are two things. The material. The material producers can be teachers and public sector and as well companies. And of course, companies' role in building the infrastructure is very essential, because in the music world, game world, we have already global systems, and we can have similar in education. But concerning the pupils' privacy and their progress, this database must be in public hands in country by country.
You mentioned that Finland could have a leading role in enhancing this model. How do you see what are the main strengths of the Finnish system as it is currently now? You thought very interesting things about the profile of University of Jyväskylä research, how different fields are combined in IT sector. So how you see this is reflected in Finnish education, in the system of Finnish education?
First of all, the PISA Center is just 100 meters from my home where I speak, and so we have the global knowledge of process in schools around the world, and that data gives some basic things what we should do country by country. And maybe Finland could, our model and experience can be shared with other countries. Of course, culture in different countries is different, and we cannot take all, but at least some components. First, this Commissar Jutta Urpilainen in her list is number one, quality of learning. And maybe in Finland we have exactly in that area, good, because we very much take care of that all children around Finland get the same kind of learning possibilities.
Thank you very much. On this point, I would like to also invite other participants to have questions to Professor Nathan Mäki. Chris, are you here with us? Chris Brownell? Do you follow us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so Chris Brownell is from the Fresno University, California, and he's the head of STEM and STEAM education, and he just revised their program, right? Their master's program recently. And you also visited Finland a few years ago. What was that you took home from Finland, and how do you see this in relation what Pekka just has been explained.
Oh, wow. First, let me say greetings and thank you all for coming, and I appreciate the opportunity to join with this this push for creative education. What I expect to see coming out of this is there are changes afoot in education all over the world, and in the United States and in California especially, we are seeing a tremendous push for incorporating a more humanistic approach to both mathematics and all of the STEM subjects, and a push therefore into ideas in STEAM. And I look forward to partnering with more closely with the people there at Jyväskylä University, and this is a great time. And thank you, Pekka, for opening so many doors in the past. We've had conversations in the past, and I would love to pick them up again.
Super. Christoph, can I ask one question to the?
Please.
Thanks, Chris, for this. This is really amazing, and actually we all are looking forward to hear you in the session as well. So my question to Professor Metsänmäki is that the technological interventions because of the post-COVID-19 crisis, how do you see that? How you can be able to get the smart school framework which you have proposed? How fast you can be able to make it realized? What is your vision on that part? Because I guess world is looking for that. Do you have any time frame or ideas in line with the European Commission that you have a talk with?
Yes, we have already prototype of some hours, like how to teach a new way physics, mathematics, and so on. But we are just looking in a grants that we could really create such a system prototype in Finland. Let's say it takes, of course, this content must be a little bit different, and but technology is more or less ready already. And as I mentioned in my lecture, that we can speak as well that school is in the pocket, or we say that we can develop some pocket school when mobile phone, smartphone is the interface of learners. And this database of contents give many possibilities, because in Finland we can have this traditional productions like books in digital form, but then we can have newspapers, TVs, and internet material. When we evaluate this material, and when they are okay, we will accept them to the database, and learners can download this material from database. And of course, we must use the system like Heikki Lyytinen presented, that it must be adaptive for learners, that the system will recognize the problems one the learners has, and then automatically gives reduction of the material, that the learner has 80% of the trials are positive, like in his system is. So we need some automatic system there to help learners.
So you mentioned this concept of pocket school. Did it mean you refer to the mobile phone, the pocket yes. School? Because to start also thinking about these questions on a very basic level, there are many discussions now. Are mobile phones are allowed in the school? So you are basically supporting to use the meaningful use of mobile phones, probably in education, right?
Yes, not only, but if you think African countries, and then these children has their mobile phones, and they don't have books, but they can anyhow learn something via mobile phones.
Yes. Okay.
It can be because it is very simple, because you don't have books, anything, but you have this mobile phone, and then we can distribute some materials which helps them, not only the children, but these adult people which don't know mathematics and how to learn, but we need some digital learning, digital skills to survive.
Thank you very much. Is there any more questions to Professor Nathan Mackey? Maybe from the internet, or maybe from those who are joining live to the sessions?
Yes, thanks, Christoph. Actually, there has been quite a lot of comments about Professor Pekka's point. So the participants are saying that thanks for this opportunity to know about the smart schooling. And the participant says that they have watched the videos about from Pekka, and they are asking about how the smart schooling realizations can be possible in other parts of the world. Professor Pekka, do you think that this smart schooling is a European domain, or it can spread to the other parts? And how do you envision it for the bigger global world?
No, it is of course global. One second greetings from European Commission. This Commissioner is organizing some summit in a few months after the crisis, where this public and private sector and players from around the world could have a meeting somewhere in Europe. The next step is to take European Union, OECD, and UNESCO same table, and we could discuss what are the solutions worldwide. And we need a lot of sponsors, companies, and so on to create global school system, the global platform, that everybody around the world, children can get the material very easily, and they have this device, mobile phone, which can help in the beginning. That is the goal.
And then I guess I'm sure that why European Commission is talking with you mainly, because not to flatter in front of you, but I guess it was a very early start that you started in this Jyväskylä of collaboration between public and private partnership. And I guess after this COVID-19 pandemic, I guess it is really required to get the economy as well as education back on track, is this collaboration between the private and public partnership to make it really a global success.
Yes, and we should collect this experts around the world, and then start events like this, and to have second round discussion. And we have ideas, different ideas, various places of world, and we can take best part of them.
Excellent, very good. So I guess there are a lot of questions which are coming on the creativity in the learning for the future. So all those questions will be taken care of by the individual session speakers. It will be really great. And let's take one quick comment that how do you see that the human interaction will play an important role in the future? But by taking the schools with the technological advancements, what changes you think into the role of a teacher will happen in the future if most of the schools are pocket schools or something like that? I don't want to create a black and white. That's what the user Ajaz Ahmed asked.
I have given a talk in one seminar in Finland, and I told that there will be in future robot at school. And then the listeners were very afraid, teachers were very afraid about that, if the robot will be the teacher. But it is not like that. It is only this IT system helps teachers, and of course the role of the teacher is different, because if you can think that you have in your classroom 50 or 60 learners, and they were individual, then if the system supports a learner individually, then the work of teacher is much more easier. That is and we need artificial intelligence to analyze what are the progress of the learners, how if they are difficult, then they automatically can adapt, and it can be, this intelligent system can be really useful. We have already experience about that. There will be one thesis how to new way of teaching physics in few months in Jyväskylä.
Yes.
So-called hard science and STEM areas that you need some new way of tools to motivate young learners.
Very, very impressive. You are right. Actually, I guess this is the one that the future learning what is looking for, and most of the viewers are saying thank you to you for your comments on this slide. There is a one last question coming from Africa in Nigeria. The question is from Akadobe. Sorry for if at all I pronounce the name wrongly, but he's asking that what are the future learning innovations which are happening in the University of Jyväskylä under your department, mainly into the AI and as well as into the future analytics, which will help the schools globally. I guess this is a very big question. You will take hours to answer this, but I guess you can be able to answer briefly what are the future innovations that are coming up within your department.
We just had one student from your country who finished her thesis in education. What is in your country education system, how it should be developed. And I have now doctoral students, Anthony Obey, just working in that field, how artificial intelligence can support learners. But to be short, it is following. The system will first test the capacity of the learner. So there will be some mental tests, and we know what are the problems and what are good and difficult areas of this thinking. And then the artificial intelligence system is individual. It takes off the mental capacity of the learners and follows the learner's progress, and then automatically gives such tasks that learners can that they are not too difficult, because the motivation, keeping the motivation, all the learning process is the main thing. And if the teacher has 40 students, they cannot see, because in Finnish classes that 20% learns everything, 20% have big difficulties in the middle. And how to take this to put task to teacher to tell everybody all the time. But this automatic system can help in that. That is the way.
Super. Okay, so I guess these are the questions from the participants. Just as a matter of fact, I hope that the questions which are coming are from two parts. First, those who have watched the videos from the speakers and those who haven't. On the behalf of the organizers, I request everyone to go back to all our CC Finland website, and you will find all the videos from these amazing speakers. They have put their efforts in the research, and now they're presenting as a part of the initial presentations. So please go back to those videos and watch it after this conference live interaction is over. So thank you, Professor Nathanmäki. It's really great of having you here. I would like to close your remarks with a quick remarks, if you can be able to say something to all our viewers who are coming from now more than 35 countries live right now. I can see in the statistics.
I hope in 1 year we meet in Jyväskylä.
Wow. Yes. Very true. Very true. Actually, yes. So I guess Professor Nathanmäki is inviting all of you to the actual conference, which is happening in the November 2020. So sustainability and creativity in education. So that's the main theme behind this part. So this is a pre-conference for that. So with this part, me and my colleague Christoph would like to say thank you very much for your contribution and for your time. We really appreciate that you could be able to manage your time and come here live to interact with everyone. I really thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Professor Nathanmäki. We have another UNESCO chair online, if everything is true. Professor Heikki Lyytinen, who is the chair for inclusive literacy learning for all at the University of Jyväskylä. And he had a really interesting talk to introduce a global research project, which also resulted in a very, very practical application called GraphoGame. And I think this is a great example of global cooperation in terms of creativity and innovation. And maybe GraphoGame is very useful also during these days of the crisis. So I don't know if everybody has seen already this talk among the videos, but if Professor Lyytinen would be kind to introduce this GraphoGame to us in very short, we could, I think, discuss a bit about this innovation success.
So, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we do.
So, the goal we have had to help everyone in getting the basic reading skill has been tried by using a learning environment, digital learning environment, which works in all devices, practically all, which are owned also the poor families in Africa and so on. The most important issue concerning learning is engagement. Children, one can learn only by being interested in exposing oneself to this type of learning. And this is why the game we developed for helping children to learn to read is built in such a way that it should be very engaging and keep children to be playing long enough for them to be able to learn to read. Like in Africa, these games have helped children to teach their illiterate parents in the rural areas to read, just because it makes learning so easy and enjoyable. We have now been studying it in tens of countries, and as you have learned from my presentation, we never let it to go before it has been documented to be implemented in an accurate way to whatever language it is planned to go. And this means that everyone who will get this game at the end will get it in believing and being relatively sure that it helped the child who is using it. It is now under wide usage almost in 20 countries, including now very soon in California, which was mentioned here, because the National Science Foundation just gave us funding for starting to do a very large-scale study in California, and so on. But of course, the most important area where we wanted it to go is Africa. And we have had it studied in quite a number of countries in Africa, and hope we would very soon get it distributed there, mostly for free, because we believe that it's very difficult for the African families to pay anything about that. And this is why we try to collect funding for making it possible. It will not be very cheap, but anyway, it is not possible to give for free from those who are distributing it. They have to somehow fund their working, and this is why we need to find support for that.
As you explained in your talk, there were quite massive longitudinal studies in the background of GraphoGame. So you followed up like 200 children worldwide, right? For many years and try to find out what are the obstacles in learning to read and how their individual pathway goes ahead in this question. So, and when we talk about creativity and innovation, it's always an interesting aspect that how a new idea born. So I guess you had this idea quite many years before back then. So do you remember that how this idea of Grapho game came together. And I also would like to ask that what has been the most important lessons what you have learned during the development and coordinating this global project and following up this many families for many years. So what are your lessons for you as a researcher and developer about Grapho game?
I must say that one of the most important things is that one has to comprehend in a very deep sense the skill what one wants to train oneself to learn. So we have been studying reading for more than 20 years, and we know how we identify children who will end up facing difficulties if they are not given help early enough. And the most important thing is that children should not have bad experience of learning the most important thing they feel they have when they enter school. They have to learn to read. And we have to be preventively helping those who face difficulties to such an extent that they see that classmates are learning faster. And if they feel this bad experience, it's affecting widely to their learning and their self-image as learners. And this is why it's very important to start it exactly the correct time. And the correct time is the first day of school, because then the brain is so mature it can be before that. And also it is quite early enough for them to have these few days of drilling for reaching the level of the other classmates. And so this is the way we propose it to be used everywhere in the world.
Do you have any feedback from your global network that how is Grapho game and how is your network doing during these days during COVID-19 crisis? What are the main challenges what you see now through your colleagues and through your collaborations in these days?
So the main challenge has been to build this evidence-based starting point, because we have agreed that we have first to show that it affects. And in most poor countries, I have made it in such a way that I have invited local doctoral students to make it as their goal in doctoral thesis, and this way train them to understand it fully and also make the validation studies. In rich countries, they of course have taken professional researchers to do it, like in the US or in France. They have made it fast and I have had no problems. But in Africa, I have always needed the connections to local students to make this type of validation studies. I have trained about 10 doctors in Africa, in different countries, so that they are experts there. And when it becomes ready for distribution, they can help. They can have all the information needed for helping those who have any difficulties when they are trying to use it.
Thank you very much. Now I again would like to open the floor for further questions from those people who are on live and also from those who are commenting and following up the session in the internet.
Yes, Christoph, actually. So, Professor Heikki, thank you very much for being here. It's great to hear you and see you as well. I guess one of the important questions which is coming from the chat from many of the participants like Tavin Sulka and from the Sayyid Ayaz Uddin Haidar is that one of the research areas through your videos is also looking at the you have some hypothesis in which you say that early reading skills matching with the future reading skills when the kids become 15 years old. So can you be elaborate on that part bit in more detail? Because that's a very fundamental assumption that has to be taken care by the educators across the world. Please share your views on that.
So if I understood the question, you asked about the future. And I believe that it's very important to continue from the basic reading skill to reading for learning knowledge. So reading with comprehension, and in alphabetic writing environments which are very easy to learn, like Finnish, German, Spanish, many kids end up being accurate readers, but their approach to written material is not something where they could understand everything they read. And the next step in our development is building the system to be supporting comprehension or whatever one sees in the game. And now we have a very interesting time when we have very important contents which children had to learn, like climate change and this coronavirus situation. We can have sentences there which are describing this type of things, and we ask from the child, is this true or not? And if they are not knowing, we say it's not correct. And if they know, we prize them. You are very well informed. And if we are like making them to compete how fast they can do it, say true, not true, true, not true, they of course get a correct attitude when they approach written material, so that they try to understand what is there and try to think what might be the real answer, whether this sentence is true or not. And nowadays we have so many not true sentences in the world, and we wanted them to learn that they have to be very careful. Not everything which is given is true.
Very true. Very true. Super. Professor Pekka, do you want to comment something? You are raising your hand.
Heikki, maybe they asked that what is the optimal age to learn to read and to type. Maybe your results are that the optimal age is 5 years, not 7 years.
Yeah, but this is very interesting question. Can you understand that in different countries we start reading instruction at different times? Like in France, it is the earliest time. In Finland, the latest time, from 5 to 7. And the Finns are the earliest readers, although they start 2 years later. And this is because their brain is ready to take this type of instruction which works for reading at age 7. I don't recommend starting earlier than 6.5 or something like this. And this concerns also the game. So if these children who use the game are starting too early, they may become full of it before they have learned. But if they start during the day, they enter school, they for sure learn. But at least in Finland, where we start at 7.
Yes, exactly. I guess we were looking for the exactly same comment as an expert from you. Thanks, Professor Pekka. And I really thank you, Dr. Heikki, for your contribution here. This has been amazing revelations from you. And I guess I again request all the viewers to please go back to our website to check all the videos by Professor Heikki. It is a quite amazing detailed study which he has made, and as well as the reflections from Professor Pekka as well. So with this, I would like to thank you both, Honorable UN Chairs, for sharing your views. And let's continue with the future part of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so this takes us to the next part, and this is a really amazing thing that which is happening, and I guess we are getting a lot of amazing comments from the participants. But let's start with the actual discussions with all the amazing speakers what we have. The comments by the UN chairs were quite revealing, and as well as it has been quite which will make us think a lot. To take the session forward, I would like to start the discussion with all amazing speakers in front of me. I request all the speakers to start their video cameras so that people can be able to see you, and as well as unmute your microphones whenever you are speaking, and you can mute your microphones when you are not speaking. So let's welcome for the session number 1, creativity and innovation for organizing teaching and learning during COVID-19 crisis. And I guess this is the topic which is very close to the heart for many of the viewers who are right now watching. From our database, we can see that almost 70% of the participants, those who are watching right now, they are the teachers or principals or the coordinators at the schools. And amazingly, more than 20% are the parents who are coming here to watch the this live conference. So I guess this is a very good communication that we can be able to establish now with all amazing speakers. So I would like to invite first Kati Clements and Sana Metala for coming together here and just start with their initial comments about their topic and what they have learned through this very amazing time, what they have been able to do after lockdown has started. Kati, can you please give your first opening comment? Kati, can you hear me? And
thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, the audio is some reason a little bit, so keep on breaking up a little bit. So I hope that all our listeners are hearing. Introduction. My name is University of Jyväskylä Research Coordinator, Learning Technology Accelerator, which has a school network around Europe. So I'm speaking not only from Finnish point of view, but also from this network of learning technology buyers who are essentially schools and municipalities around Europe. We have a lot of teachers from Italy, and obviously this crisis hit them first, and they were asking for from day the situation in there has been different from Finland from that perspective that really there is a lot of poor families, there is not working network connections. I think in Finland each student is given a laptop if they don't have one at home. So we are in a completely different position in the start with. Of course, some of the schools in Italy or Portugal or Greece, they are also very rich, and they have participated in the European projects before, and therefore they have had their teachers being trained by, for example, Erasmus Plus or some other European projects. So I think that we have a different level of teachers based on what their situation was when they suddenly in one day they had to go online and start distance teaching. This was a kind of immediate from our networks. I think that in Finland the situation has been actually quite good. We have got internet, we have got devices, we have had teacher training, but some of the things that we were noticing was that the teachers were not sure how much workload should they put on the students, because they have never thought this way. They don't know how much of video conferencing per day can a fifth grader, for example, handle. They don't have this kind of experiences, but this is an excellent opportunity also for the Finnish teachers to learn, and also to learn how to control their own time, because the Finnish teachers want to be superheroes and work 12 hours a day to make sure that they give as good education for the students as possible, and this has made, I think, that their life very, very difficult, and they have been even more burdened than they are usually. So I think that these were some of the reflections that I got initially. Sana, do you have some comments?
Yes, so can you still hear me good?
Yes, so can you still hear me good?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, I think Kati was breaking up a bit for me at least, so I guess I'll recap some of the things. So the idea of the Facebook group was to share good practices about how to organize teaching during the COVID crisis, and also at the same time learn about the technology transition that is happening, because even though technology transitions can be often driven from outside, in this case, this transition has been very rapid and collective worldwide, which makes this situation quite unique. And also in the group, we have shared, for example, information about interesting software or interesting events, but also people have asked advice how to use software or how to arrange distance education. And we think that it is important to share experiences, because even though you might consider that you have some basic information about technology, that information might not be basic for someone else. And also, given that the situation was very rapid, people have very different capabilities to organize online education. Also, we think that one of the key things is that people could let go of their self-criticism. And well, I've seen that some people feel that they're not technology experts, so they feel that they should just listen what others are saying. But in this situation, we feel that everyone's experiences are valuable, and everyone is still learning, at least about the best practices to use, even people who have experience of technology. And so, in the end, sharing practices can really make way for new innovations as well.
Yes, Sana and Kati, thank you very much for your initial opening comments. But I guess this is a really interesting time that we should be able to ask one question which has been asked by the Kerry Osborne, as well as Misan Chang, and as well as Shalini Pandit, about the parents' role in this part. And I'm sure that you have given your reflections on the parents' role in this time. How do you think that the parents' role has been there, and what should be your guiding principles for the parents and teachers, mainly for the parents?
So I can answer that.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
If that was for me, so I can answer that from the perspective that I think that this is something that hasn't been really thought of, not nearly enough. What we have been noticing is that parent support is specifically important, of course, with the younger kids who are maybe in preschool even, or in the first 1 to 3rd grade. And in some occasions, listening to our colleagues, specifically from Italy and Spain and Portugal, the parents might have immigrant backgrounds, coming from some areas. Maybe they don't even speak the language, and then their skills of ICT is that they can use WhatsApp, and that's it. So there was no way for the parents to be able to support their younger kids to be able to continue learning in this situation on these countries. And I think that this is something to be that we have to future projects, as well as in how we how we plan teacher training as well in the different countries is how to teach teachers to interact with parents of low skills of ICT in this kind of situation. So I think that is this connection between teachers and parents is something that we could even pay more attention to in the Finnish teacher training situation.
Okay, so I guess thank you for answering both the questions, because the second question was about the teacher training itself, and you answered it already. Thanks for Sana. Do you want to make some comments over Kati, and then we can take it to the next point? Do you have any comments?
Yeah, I can comment, but I agreed with Kati that it's important to have some support for the teachers and different kinds of support. That it's important not to have only the technical support, because you also need pedagogical support and others as well. And well, maybe the main point is that it's important that the teachers know that the online education is not like, well, in the crisis situation, it is replacing the traditional education, but in other scenarios, it is meant to complement traditional teaching. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for the comments and opening remarks, and then we will come back to you during the panel. So this was Kati and Sana from University of Jyväskylä. And now I would like to invite Tiina Mäkelä from, again, University of Jyväskylä, from Learning Environment Research Group. Currently, she is working on the various international and national research projects, like development of the pedagogical frameworks and design principles for STEM learning environments. So welcome, Tiina. Great to have you here, and I request you to start with your opening remarks.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, very much.
Yes. I hope my computer is not dying, because it makes a horrible sound. Anyway, thank you very much for inviting me to this beautiful online conference. It's really nice to see the creativity behind it, and of course, combined with lots of efforts. In my presentation video, I was presenting a case where nearly 200 experts were making efforts in order to create some sort of guidelines for Finnish teachers in different levels of education for this time of the coronavirus. And I think in this experience, what I really liked was this volunteer spirit that all the experts wanted to spend their time thinking how to support the teachers. And some of the points I liked in this work, that we were thinking how to support the teachers that don't have so much previous knowledge of ICT. And there were very innovative, creative ideas how to do this if you don't have computers, internet connection, or anything, or you don't know how to use them. For instance, like just using a piece of paper, writing the tasks, and the families could go and get the instructions from school or things like that. And use of a phone as well was considered very useful. And in these considerations, we were also discussing a lot the issues not related not only to learning but to well-being. And I think this is quite a Finnish or Nordic thing. We always think of the well-being of both the teachers and children. And because this situation is such a different situation, I think it was vital thinking how to help both teachers and students to foster their well-being, both psychosocial, even physical well-being, because it's a different situation. You are at home, so you're supposed to do some physical exercise as well, so as to keep well. So these were some aspects from my video conference, and I don't know if you have some questions for me.
Yes. I guess for the information for everyone, this group, which is a Facebook group, which is called Organizing Teaching During COVID-19, this has been the brainchild idea of this all amazing educators, and they came up with the guidelines. Now, my question, which has been asked as well as by some of the comments, in the teacher education of Finland, how much is the current weightage on the EdTech solutions or the remote learning? Versus what do you suggest for the future changes in the teacher education because of this crisis?
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I can say something based on my knowledge. You have to understand that, for example, teacher training in every university is a little bit different. We have our own curriculum, even though the main aspects are the same. But like, for instance, at the University of Jyväskylä, our impression is that teacher students that choose to become teachers are not so naturally interested in technology. So we have this challenge. Technology is not the most interesting aspect in their lives, and that's okay. But we still need to work a lot with the digital competencies of both teacher students and then of course teachers that work at schools. And there we could say we've identified lots of differences in that. So of course there are always students and teachers with fantastic skills, and they organize absolutely fantastic remote teaching and learning sessions, and they are capable of that. But then we also recognize that there are lots of people with little skills or little interest, and this moment of crisis has kind of shown us that these skills are really important. So it's kind of a forced learning, which is positive in a sense that now in the future, I think no one can say, "Oh, we don't need these skills." So this is a lesson we learned, and I think it supports our future efforts in trying to increase the digital competency of all teachers.
Okay, thank you very much for that comments. Kati would like to say something. Kati, please go ahead.
Yeah, I had many answers to this question, but I'm just because I want to allow other people also to speak, I'm going to say one more thing, which is that I think that this is going to change how we see measuring learning, because at the moment we measure learning mainly based on exams. And doing exams online is something that, okay, of course we can learn how to do exams by, let's say, essays or doing some sort of timing, like a time limit for how long you can do it, or this kind of options. But I think that doing measuring learning in the future could be done by artificial intelligence, something that could be based on the kind of things that Professor Nathan Mäki was talking about earlier, but just a little bit more advanced towards measuring the student entirely throughout the course and not just at the very end of the period of that course. So this could be a kind of mindset change also for how we measure the learning.
Superb. I guess it's really important for that as well, and thanks for adding the comment for that. So this was Tina, and Tina, we'll come back to you on future communications as well as we will have more questions. So one of the important point Tina mentioned was about the technological know-how of the current teachers, and our next speaker is having some solution for that as well. So I would like to welcome Zhao Yuquin. Zhao, how are you?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, great. How are you? How are the things?
I'm fine.
Okay, so Zhao is from Jyväskylä, and actually you can see her profile on our page as well as I'm sharing it. So she will talk about the playful coding techniques and coding mechanisms, and how she can be able to engage the students for distance education with the coding. So she is the editor of the Zhao, the program for coding for children by 5D Media, and this is your time to just explain about your work, as well as what do you think the continuation with the Tina's comments.
Okay, thank you. First, I would briefly introduce how I started distance education for the children, the left behind children in the mountain area in China. That was in 2018. I joined a summer campus where a charity organization invited some left behind children in the mountain area in Hubei province. They invited them to the city I live. So I gave the children a coding class, and the children were very interested in the class. So that inspired me that I can actually help them to learn coding by online distance education. And so in that way, I can help to improve their opportunities in the future career. And that's my first thought. This distance education is for education equality, actually. I use gamification to get children interested and persistent in the learning. It has been more than 1 year now. Also in 2019, I joined the summer campus again, and I gave 3 classes for the children to learn coding. And so now I have 2 groups of children, and they all are learning the coding by distance education. So when earlier this year, the COVID-19 crisis happened, distance education suddenly became the only choice for all the courses. I think the whole world is not ready for this kind of crisis. So it's a problem for how to conduct the distance education for all the courses. My experience is that gamification can be a solution, as you can see what I explained in my presentation video. I think the problem is how long the COVID-19 crisis would last. Some experts said that it would be 2 years. If that is true, I think they based on the knowledge that how long we can produce the vaccine for this virus. If it lasts that long, how we would give a quite good solution for this crisis in education. That's my problem. That's the question I would suggest everyone think about it. Thank you.
Okay, superb. I guess the comments coming from the real experience of conducting the education remotely. So I guess that's the comment which has been asked. So what are the initial challenges? Because in your presentation you mentioned about the how you started the remote learning at the initial stage after breaking this crisis, and being you, let's say Wuhan being the very early start or the from the thing, so you didn't have any clue for that. So what are the challenges you faced, and how did you overcome that? So can you just give an overview of the quick challenges where in the early stage, and how did you solve it? That will be helpful for everyone.
Well, I think the big challenge is that all the children I am teaching is the left behind children. That means their parents are not beside them. Their parents are working far away in the cities or for some other reasons. I did a home visit in October 2019, so I can see the a real environment, living environment and study environment of them. I think the problem is that no one is supervising their study. So I have to, when I do the online distance education, I have to maintain very good and very close relationship with them online. So I often check them after I give them the course. I often check them how they conduct the study and how they do the homework and something like that. Even I would read their posts on their social media. It will take quite a lot of effort if you do the online distance education, because you don't see the children face to face. You have to maintain the online relationship with them. I think that's the challenge.
Okay, so thank you very much for those comments as well as the answers to the question, and we look forward to the more discussion in the session with you.
Hi, Hiram.
Yes.
There is one comment or question from Pam, and she's saying that congratulations on this important work on playful coding, and would like you to explain a little more about how might or can or should playful coding transcend disciplinary schema. So that's the question.
Sorry, is the question for me?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
would you please repeat it? Sorry.
So you got the question now?
No.
Okay, so question is that how the playful learning can transcend into the disciplinary work. How do you take the different disciplines together as a part of playful coding? Can you give some examples or any case studies?
I mean, how to design all the different courses?
Not really. Means actually that is one of the case. Maybe how the playful coding can be able to help to get connected with different subjects.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Because right now I'm teaching the coding, so I just teach the algorithms for the children to know the how to programming. I think it can help other courses too, as I showed Christopher before. For example, you can teach math by design some game for the children to do math, and yeah, if I explain this, I need a concrete example for you. But I can tell you that it's possible if you use the graphical coding blocks. You can actually teach other courses like math or some knowledge, history knowledge, for example.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. So connect those subjects exactly. So Chris is having some comment. Chris, please go ahead.
I was just going to second your idea about teaching maths playfully using coding. There's a number of widely available curricula in the United States that teach mathematics using coding as a primary interface. I just wanted to say there are other ways, and there are people at work working on transdisciplinary ideas in coding at present. Keep up the good work.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I guess that's the way to go forward as well, irrespective of there is a crisis or not. So with this part, thanks a lot for your comments, and let's go to the next speaker with us, and she comes from Italy. Very good, and I guess she is having amazing experience, and she has been quite instrumental in promoting this conference in Italy. So for that, I welcome Luisa Lenta. Luisa, please welcome. How are you? How is Italy? I guess, Luisa, you need to unmute your microphone. You click on the computer and unmute the microphone from there. Yes, now you are here.
No, I think so. Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me here today. I'm very excited and very proud also to be here with you. And I want to say a big hello to all my kids that are looking at me now, to their families, and to all my friends in Italy and in many other countries. This is a very big day for everyone, because this was a surprise for me. But you know, when you collaborate and you think that you can find friends all over the world, then these kind of things can happen. And Christoph is a very good friend of mine now, thanks to an Erasmus project. And also through eTwinning and Erasmus, you can meet so many good friends and exchange a lot of good practices that now are helping us to face with this situation and to overcome, helping us, each other, and to find joy and positive ways to go on. And the kids and the families are following me and my colleagues and are helping us very much, because without the family, there can be a proper school in the day, every day. But in this time, it is fundamental, their help. And so I want to say a big thank to my families, to the family of my kids, and to my family as well, because they are helping me with technology, my son and daughter and my husband. So this is funny, because we are all learning and teaching each other and from each other.
Yes, I guess a lot of your friends and students are saying hello to you, saying like Antohe, Valerian, and Paolo Chevalanti. I guess they are your friends, and they are saying hello to you. I guess you can say hello to all of them. And this has been an amazing.
Hello to everybody. Yes, I know also a friend from Romania, Dida, and from Bulgaria, and from UK, our partners from Turkey, the Barton Academy School, and also from Milan, Linguistic Lyceum, that started to collaborate with me to the Red Zone project, the Twinning project I set at the beginning of this coronavirus crisis. And all the friends coming, because now I counted that we are more than 50 teachers collaborating to this project, and they are coming from about 15 different countries. So Italy, from all parts of Italy, but also from UK, Germany, France, Sweden, Finland, Turkey, Estonia, Croatia, Spain, Romania, Portugal, Greece, and Jordan. So this is a very big challenge to keep each of us connected, and to help us to help our students. And this was a joke I said. It is leading a project that is already from far, but this is the distance into the distance, because I am distant from my students. I'm not in the class, so I have to work with them and together with the others. And this is but we can get it.
Yes, exactly. Can you thanks for those comments and opening remarks. Can you briefly explain about the eTwinning project on which you started at the start of this crisis, and what was the two takeaways from that currently?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes. Okay. So the question is that the project which you started at the start of the crisis, which you started new one, or it was already been going on, or because I guess from your video it was clear that you started something with your colleagues, something which will be able to help the communities across Europe.
Yes, no, it was new. So
Yes.
we had the shutdown on Friday, and on Sunday I was thinking to something to cheer the children up, and also to keep the teachers and the family and everyone busy with the mind and with the hands to face better this situation. So and then I received a lot of greetings and mails and WhatsApp and phone calls from all Europe, from all these friends asking me if it was getting on well and what was the situation, because we had become very famous all over the world. So Codogno, it is a little town north of Italy, and now it was in the middle of the eye. And so I started to think about that, and I said, oh, shall I set up a new e-twinning project? And so I wrote it down. I phoned I had a Skype meeting with my colleagues in UK, Angela and Paula. And then we started, we applied and we got it approved, and then it started. And then I received invitation. I received questions to be invited, requests of information, and also I invited the friends I already knew. And then the eTwinning National Agency and the European eTwinning Agency asked me to relate about this project. And so I've been interviewed with Bruxelles and also in Rome. And then in 2 days, we'll have a webinar on this project for Italian teachers or for the one who wants to take in. And this was it is a great work, because some of the colleagues who talked before says that we are working 12 hours a day. I can say it's not only 12 hours. They are sometimes 20 hours a day, because I wake up very early, and then if you have an idea, and my friend says that for me is not enough one idea. I have 10 ideas running together. So it makes me to stay awake until 2 at night. And then because I have to think, I have to create, I have to do. And this helped me also to overcome this situation and to transmit this passion and to my kids, and through them to the families. They are really collaborating. And what I am trying to give them is not only to make lessons. I mean, the lessons are important, but not only learning, but well-being. And this project is founded also on well-being activities. And to do this, they need the help of the parents, that they are very happy to collaborate.
Yes, exactly. I guess we at Council for Creative Education, as well as in Finland, we are really fortunate to have the colleagues from the schools who are really dedicated, and I am sure that the same thing is happening in Italy. The teachers are really dedicated, and they are the really pillars of the future. I don't have any doubt that the entire world will come out of this crisis very soon, and we will emerge as a very strong world, new world. So superb. So thanks for those comments. I really appreciate this. I will come back to you on this part. But I guess one of the important point which she mentioned is that how we are coming up with these new changes, and she's really proud of that. And for whom we are doing are the new generation. And with us right now, we have the new speakers, those who are really youth, young, dynamic, and this will bring another energy to this conference. So I welcome Ingru Chen and Yuen Suen Lin. Ingru Chen, can you please, we see you, wow. Can you just unmute your microphone? You are amazing, bright smile. So and both of them work for this, they have the mission called Youth for Action. I think that Christoph can also join them now. And Christoph was also having Christoph, where is the youngest chap there? with you. Who was there?
Yes, my daughter is away now, but she's also following up closely. Yes. So, but I'm really happy that our friends from Taiwan could made it here, because they had a very important talk. Could you please summarize what you have talked about in the video for those who haven't seen it, just shortly in some sentences?
Thanks for inviting us to such an amazing event with passionate educators around the world. And we are Chen Yingru and Lin Huizhen, or simply Jin and Hazel from Taiwan. We are in our second year and this year in university. As a pre-service teacher during my intern in school, I heard that from both teacher and pre-service teacher that there is a big gap between teaching educational training and actual teaching things.
So basically, starting from this universal problem from Taiwanese teachers, we as current students majoring in education and computer science, who rapidly receive new information through media and courses, started to brainstorm and take action and hope that we can eventually improve team environment in Taiwan through youth perspective. Okay, so after the brief introduction of our action, I would like to spend some time on the current situation in Taiwan under the epidemic. Although Taiwan is located only about 200 kilometers away from Wuhan, we are very lucky to become one of the 6 remaining countries that haven't suspended school at this moment. Comparing to the common difficulties teachers face about remote teaching, the problems Taiwanese teachers meet is majorly the prevention of cross-infection in classroom. Aside from teachers, students are also actively participating in this pandemic. There are elementary school students who built sanitizer robots through Legos that really attracts their classmates to line up and sanitize their hands in the break times. Also, there are students who actively stopping their relatives to spread fake information or false information in the social media. And that really again emphasize the possibility and the vision of how the youth can empower the youth in the STEAM environment. Yeah, thanks a lot.
So before the COVID crisis, you got such an exceptional opportunity from your Ministry of Education, right? So there is the goal to innovate Taiwanese education, and your ministry had the idea to put this responsibility on the future generations, that what they want to learn, how they want to innovate their own education system, right? And you've been sent out, or you could choose wherever you want to go to watch different education systems and bring fresh ideas to home. And you also came to Finland, and you learned about STEAM education, and you sort of brought home a lot of concepts and started STEAM education in Taiwan on your own. So how do you see your experiences after the COVID crisis? So what are still the strongest ideas? So was there anything that you thought, okay, this is excellent, but now you see it a little bit in a critical light? So how your ideas, also these new ideas, transformed due to this crisis? Can you explain a little bit about that?
Okay, so from last summer, actually, we have been holding various camps and workshops for both teachers and students. But due to the epidemic, actually, most of the public activities are postponed. So we have transformed our cooperation with actual elementary school teachers. So since the courses in school are still remained, so we basically do focus mainly on the empowerment of teacher, so that the teacher can absorb the information from us and teach them to students. So as a quote that we have mentioned in our video, a teacher can affect 30 students. That means if we can affect 30 teachers, it is actually a effectiveness of 900 students. So instead of directly teaching students, we actually prefer to focus on the teacher empowerment as the crisis now.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah, that was super amazing. By the way, actually, Ingru, actually, the I guess Taiwan have not yet closed the schools. I guess it was a unique country where the schools are not closed. This is a super proud achievement. Actually, we all should be, and it was my privilege to be in Taiwan at least 6 times to working with the Institute of Information Technologies over there. So it was really great to be there. My question to you is that you have come up with some amazing innovations, like you have created from your program this automatic dispenser for the for hand sanitizer. So what are the other innovations? I guess viewers are interested in knowing about that as well.
Okay, so except from the hand sanitizer robot, also there is a really severe situation that the relative, mostly elders relative, are spreading false information through social media, especially in line or Facebook groups, so that once the elders have posted a message, there will be a lot of views instantly. So there is a website from Taiwanese government that you can search whether the information is wrong instantly, but there are just few of the elders that will actually post the information on the website and actually search about it. So there are elementary school students that actively form a campaign that they encourage their classmates go home and join their family groups on social media. So once their elders have posted wrong information, they will repost the right information and correct them instantly using the technological method as youth. So this is the main reason that why I believe that part of the actions are emphasizing that it is really possible and effective for youth empowerment by youth, because we are the one who have received the most rapid information from the media, and also we are the one who have grown with all the technology that kind of build in our living mode. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, superb. I guess you are getting a lot of comments from Dr. Chris Brownell and Alpana Vaidya. That great idea, Taiwanese students. I like the sentence 30 teachers. Superb. So lot of great comments to you. So I guess this was all the speakers, and this is the comments and the research and the work done by everyone. I request all the speakers to open up their cams because now we are in the last moment of everyone, and let's go out of bound for something which is not planned yet. But I have one important thing to every one of you can comment one sentence that how learning had changed because of COVID-19, only in one sentence to this panel. So this was about the organizing learning in the crisis. So how it had changed for you, only in one line, starting with Kati, Sana, and everyone. So let's continue. So just in one line, how it changed for you. Please go ahead, Kati. Can you go ahead, please?
Yeah, I'm thinking. If somebody else has a line already, you can take the first line.
Yeah, okay, I guess this was a bombshell from me on this minute, but that's what our challenge as an educator, that we should be able to face unexpected questions as well.
Actually, I'm mostly worried about those children who've been already in risk situation even before this crisis has started. I think all of these factors have multiplicated during this crisis, and I guess many of the children has no access at all to all of these technologies, and so I think it's a very challenging situation, and we should try to do a bit more in this regard, I think.
Very true, very true. I guess we should be very considerate and empathetic towards the less privileged ones. You are right. So, any comments from any of the speakers and the panel members about one line, how the learning had changed? Just unmute the microphone and go ahead.
Maybe I'd like to comment that actually the learning has become very intimate, because now we see each other's homes, we see each other's children, we see each other's pets. Wow. And actually how you can't separate now your learning life from personal life. And I would say it has become really intimate and harmful, as Christoph told, because the homes are different, you know.
Super, very, very good points. Actually, we are getting a lot of comments from the participant that getting prepared has been taught from because of this, getting prepared at home and making yourself ready for the camera. That was a super amazing point. So I guess new horizons are coming for that.
Is it Tina?
Yes, Tina, go ahead.
Yeah, I think one lesson we all learned, that we shouldn't take things for granted. Because we tend to think that this is the system, you know, this is the way things go, and this is the way we go to school and do. And now this sudden change has forced us to really to be creative and innovative. And I think after this experience, we would be more careful, like not expecting this is like this forever. Things can change.
Yes, very true.
Yes, and one last comment I just want to make is that we have understood that what is really sustainability means, and what are the real basic needs that are required to live, just to be alive. Yes.
Very true, very true. So I guess this has been quite a learning experience for me personally. Please go ahead, Kati, go ahead. Yes, I was waiting for it.
Yeah, so mine is that separating learning time from relaxing time has become much harder. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. Because once you start so-called work from home, there is no difference between the work and home, and work encompasses the entire home. And with the kids around, it's very challenging. I'm sure that most of the teachers are really appreciating the same thing for this, but this is our challenge and we will take it forward. So this has been an amazing panel for everyone.
If I can add something, I want to add that.
Yes, one last comment. Yes.
Now I am used to have lessons, online lesson with the mother and the children, and also the little brothers and sisters are taking part, and they want to answer the question as well as their big brothers, and it's very funny. So it's a family learning, and that I want to say that joy and creative way is the winning way to do our work now. And also when we go back to school, they have already asked me, because they know I love mountains, as you know in my presentation. And then they ask me, you have to take us to the mountains when we will be free to go out, because we need to stay outside. And this is my dream, the dream to start in my school with outdoor schooling. So to teach and to stay and to learn outside classroom, because we have enough. We are fed up of closed rooms now. In our situation, we need to stay outside, and teaching outside is much better than inside. So if anyone wants to support us with ideas, funds, or help, you are welcome to Codogno and to help us to realize our dream.
Wow, sure. I guess we would love to come and see it in practice, as well as enjoy the Italian cuisine there as well, once everything is open. So with this,
you're welcome. We're waiting for you all here in Kododo. Christoph has already been here.
Okay, so with these words, I guess let's come to the closing statement for this session number 1 about organizing learning during COVID-19 crisis. I would like to thank all the speakers who have been very active and answering all the questions. There has been amazing comments by all the participants. Like, for example, Munira Bhavani says very informative session. Ullas Dharmadikari says that it has been a great experience. Pam Bernard, actually Pam is there in the next session as well. She says that learning has no boundaries and learning is cutting together apart. So superb. It has been a great interacting with all of you. I once again thank you all for your active participation, and I thank you. And now I would like to give this session to the next host, Christoph. Christoph, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. You want me to run without any breaks, or are we supposed to have like...
The earlier session was so interesting that we have already overshadowed about the so we are just about. But from my point of view, you can continue. But if someone wants break, then we can go ahead with the short break. Well, but I guess this is okay.
Okay, so let's go ahead. I hope that Paul Hildebrand is here with us from the USA. Are you here, Paul? If you can switch on your camera, if you are here, and microphone maybe, then we can see that you are here. Yes. Hello, Paul. Hello. How are you? Where are you? Tell us something.
Doing wonderfully for 5:30 in the morning.
5:30 in the morning. Okay. Yes. So all respect goes to you, and also those who are in a very different time zone than we are here in Finland. So I know you many years ago, and you made such a great influence on me. So I must tell you that you are among those people who made me interested about mathematics. And maybe for those who know me now, it's might be not a big thing, because I guess everybody knows me as someone who interested in mathematics and art connections. But actually, your invention and your collaborative invention, which is called Zoom tool, which is a hands-on STEAM learning and mathematics learning tool, a fantastic.
At a loss for words when
live streaming is on.
The rest of you don't even speak English as your first language, and you're more literate than I am. And so it's kind of funny. But I congratulate all of you for your mastery of a foreign language when I can barely speak my own. The world's made of these basic shapes, these relationships between numbers and space. In fact, you can't really differentiate between them in a way. And I think that's probably one of our mistakes in teaching kids is this idea of literacy, which we all know about. But we don't have a lot of numeracy. You're expected to read these symbols off a chalkboard when you first get into serious school after kindergarten. And numbers are really alive. You can see them, right? You can see that this is a 4 because it's got 4 white points and 4 blue lines in it. And kids get that from the time they're born, really. I can go on. How much time do you want me to talk about this?
We have time. We have time. Don't worry about that. So there were a lot of thoughts and opinions about digital learning and what's happening in distance learning now. But what we see in your hand is very much an offline tool, an analog tool, a hands-on tool. How do you see this connection between the offline and digital world in connection with learning, because in the same time I know that this Zoom tool was also a very innovative digital design, what you need to use to produce these tools. So how do you see this hands-on and digital connection in learning?
Well, the Zoom tool is made out of points and lines. In fact, that would be ones and zeros, wouldn't it? Can you tell which one is the 0 and which one is the 1? Right? The point has 0 dimensions. The line has 1 dimension. So the interesting thing is that it's all built up from this digital world. And in fact, you know that my talk was a little bit about experience in mathematics, how you can feel an axis mundi going through the middle of the earth and out into the universe, right through your head. That's a line, it's something you feel. It's a, you know, being able to walk means you can feel the lines of force of gravity going through. Another way to experience space is being born, for example. I mean, when you're inside the womb, it's all ones or zeros, right? It's either you're at one with the universe or there's nothing. Can you imagine? And then all of a sudden you're born and you experience the number 2 because there's you and everything else. So the digital world has been built up by these single numbers. And I think that the beauty of it, what von Neumann figured out, because he was in your brilliant Hungarian school system where you come from, Christoph, he actually was taught in binary numbers. So he showed that you can count not just to 10 on your fingers, but to 1,023. Right? You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You see, so you can actually, if you count digitally with your fingers, you can store a whole lot more information on your hands than you can if you simply count to 10. And that plus the design of the idea that you can store the instructions for a computer using the same memory as you store the solution to the problem that you're proposing has been the basis of our the whole computer system. I mean, he came up with the architecture in 1947, and we've been using it ever since. So it's an amazing world that you can build out of ones and zeros. But the Zoom tool would like to take you on to see what happens if you go, well, 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 1 is 3, 3 + 2 is 5, and you mix those numbers in. And pretty soon, rather than constructing a digital world, you can, and then having, let's say, virtual reality, you can construct a universe which is really virtuous. Real virtuosity instead of virtual reality.
I see. I think, and I saw that Zoom tool has really revolutionized not only the math learning and math education community, but also the math research community, and also the mathematics and art research community. So I've seen excellent examples of this, and I think there is a very interesting combination of creativity and innovation in all of those examples, all of those great examples what I have seen during the years since I'm involved in this community. And I would be really curious that if you would have the chance to mention maybe only one example from the creative aspect, and only one aspect, or only one example from the innovative aspect from the history of Zoom tool, what would have been? So I mean, what is personally is most important for you, like a creative recognition, creative understanding with Zoom tool, or creative achievement, what has been made, and what comes to the innovation question. So personally, for you, if you have maybe just 2 memories to mention, very hard, I know, but maybe you have something to say.
Well, you know, the real creativity, I think, you know, what Louisa was talking about, which really I relate to, is creativity is a group activity. You know, it's one thing to connect a million students to one teacher or something with a computer program or a web, but when you can connect people together and work together, you're empowering them. I wonder what would happen with the software that Heikki is working on if it allowed the students to communicate with each other and teach each other, for example. And so in my case, with the Zone tool, it was a creative collaboration. And if I hadn't met Mark Pelletier or Steve Bear or Clark Rickard or any of the other people that had worked on this, the Zone tool never would have happened. So that was really the best part, was working together and just bouncing ideas off of each other. Obviously, the shape-coded ball is a very important part of the thing, and that you know, I had the seed of the idea. When I came back and told Mark about it, he knew how to do it. He pulled out a piece of paper and drew it up, and it was just an amazing experience to do that. So I guess that's probably one of the great things. You know that Dr. John Conway recently died, and he was a big fan of the Zone tool. And I think he was also, he himself said he was quite lazy, and I think I could say that about myself too. He really just wanted to have fun. And so that aspect, I think, of lifelong learning is really important. And people, you know, for being a lazy guy, I would say Dr. Conway came up with an awful lot of great mathematics just by having fun. And also, in his obituary, I think Siobhan said that, you know, his advisor, postgraduate advisor, would say he'd propose one problem to John, and he'd come back with a great solution to a completely different problem. So if I'm not answering your question correctly, I'm just going off to a different problem, following in the footsteps of giants here.
Thank you very much, Paul. Do we have some online comments or questions, Shirin or Heram? What has been shared? I'm also checking in my notes, but maybe you found more.
There has been a lot of amazing comments for the mathematical innovations. So actually, because this right now we have more than 300 plus visitors on live on the YouTube, and more than 900 plus on Facebook. So the comments are really going fast. So I need to read them through.
Okay,
so,
until you're checking out, I call on stage Mike Acera. Thank you, Paul. We will return to this. Mike, are you here with us? Can you switch on your camera and microphone, Mike Acera? Okay. Hello, Mike.
Do you see me?
See you. Yes, we see you, we hear you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm all ready for you.
Oh my God. What's that?
I'm not sure. I've been working with your friend Matthias Kopolina. So I think it's a giant Johnson salad. It's a cupola, but it acts more like an orchid. So
okay. So we can meet personally now the owner of those very skillful hands, what we have seen already in the video, right? You posted this amazing creative structures, and you just constructed them on the camera on live. So it was really amazing to see. And I know that just in the same way like Paul, you also have a history in this field. I mean, a personal history. Can you explain a bit from about your creative passion and how Lux Blocks has started? What was the first spark of this amazing idea, but also revolutionizing now mathematics and art learning and design learning?
Right. Well, thanks for asking, and thanks for doing this conference. America is in a very similar situation as Europe. In fact, we're we're now debating whether we should pull out of it. You understand all that, but this has been a good opportunity for us because of you, people like you asking us to come up with ideas, and that's our business. So we're like, yeah, that's our business. We should come up with ideas. So, but to get to your point, it started. I grew up, and sometimes we overlook our just our background, right? Like we get to reflect when we're older, maybe on how unique our childhood was. My childhood was I grew up on a construction site. My father was an Italian-American contractor building houses. So my job as a kid was picking up pieces of wood so the carpenters wouldn't trip on the wood. That's an important job for a kid, for an apprentice, is to pick up the wood so that the carpenters don't break their legs, right? And so I saw houses go up, and I learned from an intuitive kid point of view what makes 2x4s stable and what makes them move and wobble. And I ended up going into aerospace engineering in college, thinking that structure was my thing, but math was not, I found out the hard way. And so I ended up being an art major, and I graduated an art major, but could you guys see me or hear me? It's all
yes,
black.
We do. Yes, we
Okay,
do.
okay,
We can.
good. Yeah, so I graduated an art major, but I felt as though the world, I didn't want to hurt the world by bringing me into it prematurely because I was kind of an idiot, I thought. So I moved to a forest in Maine. I read my Thoreau on Walden Pond. I moved into a hut in the woods and spent 2 years living a primitive lifestyle, building tensegrity structures. I was a big Buckminster Fuller fan. And so I wanted to kind of do what Fuller did, was make myself an experiment and try to break things down into ideas that came from my own brain and language that I understood about how the world is put together. I did the animal dissections, plant dissections. I kept big journals. I knew how to draw, so I drew. And I came out of the woods with an idea about how structure works. And my first trip after Maine was to go to California. And I actually met, Paul doesn't remember this, but I met Paul Hildebrandt at a Buckminster Fuller conference. And the ideas I had then were just crazy. But people like Paul were very inspirational to me to hear about what they were up to. It was like my first tribe that I felt comfortable with. I didn't feel comfortable in the engineering tribe or the mathematician tribe or the artist tribe, but this hybrid of art and math and architecture and design, I felt more at home, if that makes any sense at all. And then my wife-to-be and I were very inspired by education. I was a teacher in Chicago, an inner city school teacher, building big domes and buckyballs for these little kids in the inner city of Chicago. And we became inspired by Frederick Froebel, who's probably more well-known in Europe than in America, the inventor of kindergarten, and his revolution by modeling nature, whether in motion or in form, to little kids in the 19th century. People later on, like Le Corbusier and Buckminster Fuller and Frank Lloyd Wright and Albert Einstein and the Bauhaus movement, all credited this ingenious new thing called kindergarten with their inspiration. So my wife and I are like, why don't we know about this? What did he do back in the 19th century? And what he did was he reduced nature into playthings, right? That's what he did. He was a geologist, and he knew about crystal structure. He was kind of cutting edge. He went out in the field and found new crystals like cobalt. And so he made these toys that were based on nature. And he thought that the kids' own natural ability to make connections through play was where the real magic in education happens. And we tend to believe that too. We think that idea of progressive education is the best idea. And it's almost always by habit of our culture being pushed aside for the linear, here's the knowledge we want to impart to the kids. Here's what a smart kid looks like. Here's the test to prove the teacher did her job or his job, and then we'll know if the school failed or not. And we think that model is so bad, so wrong, and so unfortunate. So we went ahead and developed Lux, and Lux is based, it's a plastic toy, kind of like Paul Hildebrandt's, but you have to understand the way we see structure is, construction is can't violate physical principles. So you have bricklaying, which is like Lego, of course, and that's stacking things. And Connects, if you're familiar with Connects, that's like 19th century bridges and roller coasters. And then Paul's invention, Zome Tool, I see is like the hyperspace crystalline universe, where you have these nodes with these beautiful predetermined angles that he figured out that these are special angles and these are special lengths he came up with. And so he can create a hyperspace, and he can create all of these zonahedra, okay, which was the science we were familiar with. We were more interested in what we call the linky level. So what Lux does, it imitates nature at the very, very small level because it's kinematic. These things hinge, they link, and they make a hinge. Okay, and when you put these in series, like these triangles, these trigons, they'll act they seem almost random. They seem almost like they're moving willy-nilly. But the minute you put them in series like this, all of a sudden they'll form into more recognizable patterns. And what they do is they're forming either prisms or anti-prisms. And all of a sudden you see this vocabulary come out. You guys talk about the math in nature. This is the math in structure. Okay, so when you start taking, and this is how nature works at the cellular level, cells are made out of membranes. There's these, like I showed in the video, there's these amino acids that fold into these beta strands, polypeptides. They fold into beta sheets, which are proteins, and the beta sheets form into beta helixes and beta proteins, okay? So there's a whole buildup, but never once, when we go all the way down into the molecule level, is there like a break from structure and a structure that kids can recognize. So this is a world that's very reducible to play. And that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to show how a single piece like this trigon could make the three forms of a virus like this bacteriophage virus. They formed an icosahedron up here. They formed the helical stalk, which is like an antiprism, and then with the mechanical arms that grab your face or latch onto you and inject their partial DNA into your body. So the world of the DNA and the world of molecules and proteins and viruses is something that we shouldn't run away from and say that's for people with PhDs or PhD candidates, but this is something we should really be showing and having the kindergarten kids play with, because they're the best technology we have. You mentioned high tech and digital. We say we are non-electronic high tech. Okay, and that's what Froebel was doing. He was giving kids high-tech tools in the 19th century. Instead of them having memorized Latin and Greek, he was saying, take these building blocks that nature came up with, and let's see what your brain does with that. So that's what we're all about. We're about this idea of invention and of motion in the kinematic universe, which is a universe now that we're all exploring over here in the United States at MIT Media Lab and Harvard's Weiss School of Biologically Inspired Engineering. They're studying this stuff, folding origami materials to make nanostructures and to see how it works in nature and how things can be built up. So that's what we're all about.
Yeah, good. Christoph, I have a question here for Mike. And one of our viewer, Dr. Mahesh, is asking which cognitive abilities will lead by this hands-on modeling. So Mike, what is your answer for that?
That's interesting you said that, because I'm not a cognitive scientist, but we work with a lot of them. And we won a couple of awards at the CARD Institute, which is the Center for Autistic and Other Related Disorders in California. And they found right away that children and adults on the learning spectrum, on the autism spectrum, were showing very interesting signs. They would have these very lucid conversations that were very focused while they were building with Lux, which I think goes to executive function, because I think sometimes people, and of course, autism is a spectrum. It's a whole cocktail of different disorders. But I think some people think in stereophonic stereo, where they have we call them ADHD. They can entertain two thoughts at once, and sometimes it's better if you let them do that. So that's why we have fidget spinners and fidget flexors and things like that. We call this the fidget flexor. So we found out the executive function. I think that's what it is. Where the brain could do an abstract creative activity and be very entertained by that, and that pleasure of doing that allows them to say, what were you talking about? I could listen to you now because I'm doing something. So does that answer your question?
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Motion and movement and dynamic systems has been mentioned several times, and we had two more speakers in this session, namely Yannicka Leoste and Noah Thierry Dana-Picard, who has also very specific connections to motion. So Yannicka is expert of moving thingies, moving gadgets, robots in education, and she's also very much interested in mathematics education, how to use robots in maths education, and her talk was really interesting about how her robotics courses has been affected by the distance learning situation. And nonetheless, Noah Dana-Picard's talk from Israel was really exciting, that how digital geometry, dynamic geometry learning systems are in use now in Israel. Maybe I would like to ask first Janika to share her experience in connection with robotics and maths learning and the current situation.
Thank you, Christoph. And yeah, that's true. Last 3 years, I've been trying to connect math learning and robots in basic school and in early childhood education. And I would say that there is no doubt that robots could be useful when you learn math, but learning math doesn't happen without the teachers. So when we try to bring some new learning methods into the class, like robots or sensors or even constructors or other gadgets, we can't just ignore teachers. So I would say that the biggest challenge when trying to integrate any subject with technology-enhanced learning, it's not students, because students are always really excited and they really like when you do something differently compared to the paper or digital workbook. But at least I don't know how is the situation with math teachers outside of Estonia. But as the average age of Estonian math teachers is about 50 years. So I would say that based on their experience, as they know how to teach math, so that like we are the first in PISA, at least in Europe. So they are not in a hurry taking up with the new methods. So I would say that bringing anything related to the STEAM, whether it's robots or anything else, to the class, you have to have like a solid answer to the teachers. Please show the influence on learning outcomes. Please show how it contributes to the grades for the students, for example. And maybe the first answer I can give to the teachers is when you feel quite comfortable when teaching with robots or other gadgets, I almost can promise that the learning outcomes will not reduce. And maybe it's a quite surprising statement that don't worry, the grades don't go down, but actually it's really important because a hands-on learning happens much more slowly compared to the theoretical learning. So learning in the real world happens more slowly.
Yes, the reach, I think this key word what you mentioned is very important, that how you can reach different groups and how you can reach different people. And I think this was a very important insight also Professor Dana Picard's talk, because he's also very experienced in working with Orthodox Jewish communities in mathematics education and digital learning. So can you share a few thoughts on your experiences on this, Noah?
Christoph, can I just hold for one moment? There is one question I think Janika can answer. It's from Juhair Bitar, and the question is that do you think that distance learning during the crisis made teachers and students closer to each other, like bring them close to each other? Because she mentioned something when she was commenting about the change due to COVID-19. So Janika, are you still there?
So thank you. So the question was whether online learning can bring students more together.
Yes, students and teachers.
Okay, thank you. It's a really good question, and I can answer based on my knowledge as I'm an adult educator and I give courses in higher education. And I just gathered feedback from my students, and they told that it's so, they are so surprised that they can still continue with that teamwork, and they have become even more effective. And what I was telling just some minutes before, the reason maybe it has become more intimate is that the people are not just people, the people are surrounded to their personal environments. So when you see the person is not just, I don't know, just another teacher or another student, but how she or he lives his or her life, I think it definitely makes us more close and more respectful. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Yes, Christoph, please continue. Yes.
Thank you. I think this is very much connects what I just asked from Noah. So please, Noah, if you could go ahead about the Israeli situation.
Yes, for sure. I just want to be sure. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yes,
okay.
we hear you.
Okay, because I had just a problem of connection 2 minutes ago. When you said that we have to move and that I'm accustomed to move, I'm not accustomed to move robots. I'm accustomed to move people. And that's exactly the point where we are starting from. For sure, Christoph remembers a visit we had in a higher Talmudic institution in Israel 3 years ago. And one of the central points is that the learning there is not built on frontal teaching, but it's learning by pairs, by binomials of students. And no matter whether they are high school students or older students, the self-teaching and learning together in pairs, one asks the other one, and everyone is trying to challenge the other one until they understand what they have to learn, is the fundamentals of this kind of learning. And then when students who learned all their life until the age, let's say, of 25, from time to time even older students come to academy, they have to change their minds totally, because academic learning is built on a very, very different structure. They have to hand out homework, and they have to pass exams, and what is a criterion for assessment is what you achieve. And they come from a world when what is important is not how many pages you remember, but how profound is your understanding and your learning. So it's a totally different way of learning. When they come to class and I have to teach them, for sure I cannot teach them in a frontal way that how we are doing that in let's say regular classes. Therefore, when we are together in a classroom with these students, I need and they need a face-to-face meeting, and I have to read in their eyes what they understand and what they don't, and then discuss between them, and it's a very dynamical process. I bring the material, but they are building their own new mathematical knowledge with my help, but they build it. And that way we are doing in a very, very active manner. We use technology in classroom. So in classroom, technology can be to use the dynamical geometry system. It can be to use a computer algebra system. It can be a very high level technology, my hands, my body, and all this semiosis is very, very important. And for example, this term, I accepted to teach a course. I didn't plan it, but I have been asked to do this course. It was maybe 2 weeks before the beginning of the term. And so I had 2 meetings with my students. I could only begin to learn them, to know who they are, what they know, what they don't know, what they want from me, what is their goal. And suddenly all the campuses were shut down. And so everyone was at his home, and we had to communicate using technology. And that way it was totally different, because I can make a lot of efforts. What I see on my screen, it's not totally what I could see in their eyes when we were physically present in the same place. And so we have to challenge ourselves with other techniques. So I can teach, I send them all the material I will teach, they have it already, so they can prepare that. Then we have this technology mediated meeting, they have my material, and I can try both to show my hands and to show what I have, but I have no whiteboard. I cannot use the walls of my home. My wife will not accept that. And the children do that, but not in my age. By the way, say hello to Noah and Sarah. And you have hello from Sarah. I can do that, and I can do my dynamical experiments using software and showing that on the screen, to share my screen, either with the same computer or with a side tablet. And we can do that. But what is very, very interesting is that the students are creating their own way of using technology. And so for one of the course, for one lecture or kind of lectures, we have, let's say, the technology mediated lecture, but there is also sometimes a parallel lecture. What is a parallel lecture? Students are communicating between them using WhatsApp. And so I cannot see that. They don't use the chat of the device. They are using WhatsApp. And suddenly somebody from this WhatsApp conversation that I had no access to it intervenes with the result of what they said. Sometimes it's not in real time in the lecture, in my computer lecture. Sometimes it's after that. And after the lecture, there is still a conversation, a discussion on the WhatsApp between them. And only after that I can have a look, because they have a group where I am not a member. It's their group, it's not mine. And when they want me to know something, or when they want me to receive a question, so they decide to do it. It's their decision, it's not mine. So we have, let's say, I could say that we have two axes for active creativity in the way of learning. One is the technology, using a computer algebra system, using the dynamical geometry systems, and one is human, the connection and the way they are communicating between themselves and with me. And communication from them to me is their decision, not mine. So I can send materials, I can send questionnaires, but they decide when they answer and when they don't.
Yeah, I think there are many important aspects which just came to the light from your explanation and contribution. So the embodied aspects of learning don't disappear with distance learning. We shouldn't believe that. And we also need to think about this, and also the combination of different channels and different technologies and different settings is also very important. So we unfortunately, so do you want to reflect on that?
Maybe I can add one sentence, or two sentences. These very students that I'm addressing them in this course come from a population where a lot of them don't have internet at home and don't have a smartphone. So they are coming now some kind of technology. They were not accustomed to use it. So some of them had to install a computer with internet at home in order to be able to communicate. And this also can be a very new way of working.
Thank you. There are two more questions or comments, and we need to close this session because we run out of time, but I think we will continue this discussion also in other channels, and maybe publications and innovations and educational projects will come out of this session, as I see. So I would like to ask all the panelists to have one very short answer to the very complex question coming from Paul Rafa Miranda, who says that many mathematics and physics teacher is complaining about that maths and physics cannot be learned through projects or innovations. There are more traditional subjects. So what's your best suggestion to maths and physics teachers who are a bit afraid of innovations and creativities. I would like to start with Janika, because I'm sure that you need to convince a lot of time teachers that you are able to. What do you say? What's your key sentence? What's your magic? Share with us.
When I look at into eyes of the teachers who gather together to create or co-create these new learning designs, how to make math more visible with robots, then I ask sometimes, why are you here? Why don't you use this traditional way? And then they usually answer me that, I need a professional development. It's interesting for me. I'm so excited. So when I'm so excited, I want my students' experience the same.
Thank you. Yes, great. What's your trick, Noah, when you need to convince someone?
Well, I'm convinced that every teacher can do something. Of course, you don't teach creativity. This is something that has to come from inside, but you can have some examples. If you are doing it not on parallel tracks, but parallel tracks which touch one another. To have a traditional lab in physics, in basic physics, you cannot avoid that. But to have new experiments, and you can just have a look. If you are teaching in mathematics, what is a level curve or what is a contour? You can do it using a pen. You can do it using a computer algebra system. But you can look at a mountain, and then you will see the straits of the mountain and the different kind of stones that you have, the different layers, and you can explain them. You want to explain what is a saddle point of a function. Have a look to a pass between two mountains. So you can have a lot of way of doing that. And for all these kind of dynamic geometry, for example, you can use Lego, you can use magnets, you can use a lot of things. Everything begins with this technology. You can look on a pass, you can have a look on a and so on. Everything is possible. Do something very dynamic. And if you are doing that, you will have a good result. And your student will help you. And you know what? I will finish with that. In the Talmud, there is a sentence. A sage of the Talmud said, I learned a lot from my teachers. I learned more from my colleagues, but the more I learned was from my students.
Yes. So thank you for sharing with this wisdom also, Noah. So Mike, the question goes to you. So how you convince math and physics teachers why they need to use looks in the math class and also out of the math class?
Because experience, and this is kind of a nod to you, experience workshop, but experience is the teacher. And so if we sterilize, like we do in the United States, we sterilize the classroom and think that it's best to make a classroom look like an office and children should be white collar workers, we're already cutting ourselves off at the knees, because kids, rightly so, would rather be outside with a shovel, digging a ditch and making water flow. Kids are civilization builders, right? They love nature and they love experience and real authentic experience. And we're so artificial with education for some strange reason. It's like a weird kabuki theater where we're pretending we're teachers that know stuff and we really know we don't know very much at all. So I think we have to stop pretending, remember what it was to be a kid and hate school, because most kids hate school for a good reason, and get real with kids and let them go towards their excitations. And you'll get more kids who'll be physicists than by tracking them like little technocrats.
Thank you. Paul Hildebrand, how do you encourage math and physics teachers to use Zone tool in their class?
Well, I have to admit that I'm probably not very good at doing that. I've got a lot to learn from the teachers.
That's not true. I'm sorry. I've been at a number of workshops of yours, and all of them were extremely encouraging. So, but if you want to summarize your magic in one sentence,
you probably know from having worked with the zone tool. If you work with young kids, you probably know the first model they want to build. They want to start sticking struts into a ball. And what if I fill up every hole? Which I haven't done here. I've only filled 20 out of, well, actually 22 out of 62 holes. You include the blue line in the middle. And it turns out that this model that they build with these 31 axes going through one point is probably the most accurate model, physical model of Hilbert space that anyone could do right now. Because not only do you have 31 dimensions represented, but you also have these symmetry relationships that are sort of encoded in the universe between the numbers 2, 3, and 5, twofold, threefold, and fivefold symmetry. That is to say, if I project this cube along a threefold axis, if I can get it there, I could turn it into a hexagon, which is really 2 times 3 in 2 dimensions. Hilbert space is the basis of quantum math. So the zone tool is actually a physical embodiment of quantum math, which is sort of a quantum statement in itself, if you think about it. But to be able to put quantum math in the hands of kindergartners, and of course they won't know the words, but they'll have a feeling for it. And of course, that's really the basis of innovations. I mean, for instance, I have 11 dimensions represented right here. So this could be a physical model of string theory, the 11-dimensional space. And so, I mean, what can I say? You know, we're teaching 18th century math with calculus. We're teaching maybe medieval math when we do algebra. You know, just learning about the zero takes us back to the time of Christ. We're not really teaching 21st century math in our schools right now. I don't know why. I think we could, but I hope we don't have to wait until the 23rd century before we're teaching 21st century math to our children. And you don't need to teach it either. It's sort of like Chris was saying, I mean, Mike, I'm sorry. You know, it starts with the Froebel blocks. And these blocks were so powerful, they really created our 20th century art and culture. Cubism, international modern movement, things like Lego, Minecraft. Even Buckminster Fuller was a kindergarten graduate. He played with the toothpicks and marshmallows, came up with the geodesic dome, the octet press, and it was from playing. It was from kindergarten for everybody. I mean, the real innovators, the really brilliant physicists and mathematicians are the ones that never stop playing. Because it's fun, not because they want to be great or they want to win a Nobel Prize, but just because they just want to have fun.
Very much. Thank you very much, Paul, and thank you very much for all the contributions. Actually, it seems that this conversation will continue. I really hope that it will be also continue on public as well. So using similar technologies, and maybe we can come together in live as well very soon if this crisis will be over, because we got many comments. Actually, I just see that Noah also got inspired Portia Ungeil, who found the process of discovering and providing access to materials is very inspiring. And these potentials in e-learning and also physical learning, and there was also questions that someone started to think about e-teaching of differential geometry in K-12 classes, and so many things coming. Someone say Mike Acera nails it, Paul Hildebrand nails it too, and Janika's math education with robots also inspired a lot of comments. So I would like to close this session on the top, on its peak, and cut it here. and I really hope that this will motivate to continue the conversations also in a larger scale whenever we can get. I give back the word to our boss, Haram Kulkarni, who will tell us how to lead the way forward.
Yes, Christoph. Wow, what a session! Great. I guess this has been a great learning experience. I was just listening, and I forgot that I am a host now, actually. So thanks to all the speakers. I guess one line is been given by one of our visitor here. I guess the name is Zohair Bitar, and what he or she says: just give your student a challenge and they will surprise you, as my students will always do. So I guess that's what Paul is also would like to say, that just give them a challenge. And Mike also said that, okay, you are not now in a kind of a thing. So this is a challenge that we need to face and learn on. So thanks, Mike. Thanks, Paul, and all the speakers, and Jenica and everyone. This has been a super interesting session for all of us. So now this is a time that we should be able to go ahead with the next session, but now we are on time, more or less. So we can be able to can be able to have a quick discussion about one request to all the participants, those who are watching this particular session online. I can see that there are now, the number is increasing and a lot of comments are coming. So we really thank you for your contribution. But please make sure that you go to our website and check the videos by all the speakers, because this is a discussion which is after watching those videos. So if you have any questions, comments, you can be able to ask it over there, and the questions which cannot be answered in this session live part, we will continue communicating with all of you in the future. And this is not the only one conference which will be held. As Professor Heikki Lylhyttiran mentioned earlier, that he wants to see something, a bridge between this conference and the main conference coming in the November. And as Christoph said, we will create a series of publications which will go in continuing with this. So again, the big thanks to all the speakers, and looking forward to continue with this conversation in the next meetings as well. So now with this part, now I would like to invite Shirin back to this part. Shirin, are you here? Because she is now hosting, along with Christoph, quite a big panel. This is a quite amazing response to us. And Christoph, this is again floor to you. I know that you are tired now, but this is a great opportunity. So Shirin, the floor is yours, and let's go to the session number 3. And session number 3 is about, first we talked about the organizing learning during COVID crisis. Then we learned about how to learn about COVID-19. And now the most important part is critical skills for critical times. That's the point. So Shirin, the floor is yours.
Yes, thanks, Aram. Thanks a lot. And I welcome all the speakers for the session 3 who are already here. I can see most of them have already joined it. So I welcome you all for this session 3. And as we all agree that creativity is the most needed attribute in the crisis times. So this is the most important session, and this is the most important point which we are going to discuss through this whole session. So what I would like to suggest is that Christoph, you can invite all the speakers to start with the opening remarks, and then I will put forward the questions. I have already a big list of questions with me. So we will go through the questions one by one for each speaker. So Christoph, you can start with the speakers' opening remarks first. Yes.
Thank you so much. So I would like to ask Pamela Bernard, who is already seeable. Thank you.
Hello.
And hello, Pamela. And Anne Harris, who is already also there. And Gila Lazar, whom I already seen. Jukka Sinnemäki, Andrea Karpati, Christopher Brownell, and Joel Lavica to undercover, or how can I say, no, not upcover themselves. So start your cameras and we can see all of you in the screen. Okay, wonderful. It's great to have you all, and actually it's a great honor to have all these fantastic researchers and experts and teachers of creativity and innovation in one place. So we feel extremely honored to have this conversation. And I also see Andreas Daniel Matt from imaginary.org, and I see also Vilmos Vas from Metropolitan University, Hungary. So this is a wonderful opportunity to open up this discussion. And as I know that Vilmos Vas from the Metropolitan University definitely watched all the videos in this session, and he would like to reflect on us what have been told on creativity as a critical skill. Vilmos, could you please start this session with your remarks?
Thank you, Christoph. Good afternoon, everybody, dear colleagues. That's first of all, I'd like to thank you for this kind invitation, taking part on this important session. Especially my role is to give some reflections on the excellent talks focusing on creativity as a critical skill in critical times. Turning back a little bit to the history of these days, the United Nations designated 21st April as World Creativity and Innovation Day to raise the awareness of the role of creativity and innovation in all aspects of human development. The first World Creativity and Innovation Day was celebrated in 2018, just 2 years ago. And in this difficult situation in 2020, there is growing important impact of creativity and innovation in order to solve global and local economic, social, and educational problems. Basically, the talks on this conference have problem solving and future-oriented character. In fact, each talk and speakers had unique aspect on creativity and reaching new ways of thinking about education for future generation. Anne Harris, in her fantastic talk, emphasized the crucial role of creativity, which is fundamental to the society at the individual and collaborative levels. Cilla Lazar raised the contextual key question, namely, how can we make our schools better places for real learning? The global answer is we need to increase creativity in all aspects of education. These aspects have inter- and multidisciplinarity phenomena, for instance, between science and arts. See Pam Burner talk, and project, the fantastic project on arts for social change. See Andrea Karpati talk. The other types of aspect on creativity has pedagogical and technological innovation. See Zsolt Lavica talk, and in his talk, Zsolt Lavica gave lots of pragmatic examples on STEAM education, stressing the importance of online collaborative learning environment and learning community. Finally, at the end of my reflection, I'd like to turn the fundamental key question raised by Christopher Brownell in his talk: how do we create the new world that will be post-COVID-19? I am convinced on the basis of the talks that the feasible solutions is around developing 4 C's on education: creativity and innovation, critical thinking and problem solving, communication, and collaboration. And dear colleagues, concluding my reflection, I like to quote Jukka Sinemaki's talk: "Learning happens when you see the unseen in every child." I think this is the important message to all of us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Vilmos, for your reflections. Your question that how do we see ourselves and all of what is happening after the COVID-19? How do we envision this future? It goes now to all of you. So first of all, I would like to ask Pamela Bernard, who just recently published a wonderful book on STEAM-based creativities in a global context. And this book just came out just a few moments before COVID-19, and it's full with very fresh ideas, and it's a fantastic collection from all over the world. So how do you see the future of these ideas after the COVID-19? So what are the most important changes what you perceive during these days?
Hello.
Are you here with us?
I can hear you. Hi. I'm looking at a blank screen, so I'm using a lot of envisioning here.
We hear you and we see you now. Yeah,
great.
Thanks.
We welcome you to Cambridge and very much congratulate you all on this wonderful achievement, and wonderful to see you all today. We will never go back to normal. You know, whatever you thought was normal, I think there is a new normal, and we're experiencing it today. We're also seeing, as Karen Barad said, that discontinuity is important. It is about creativity and innovation. The breaking with the past, this radical break, it's not a radical break with the past. It's something about crafting the new through engaging and reconnecting. And today I'm hearing, you know, all about these views on mathematical creativity, scientific creativity. You know, some people are talking about the digital coding, creative technology, and the creativity that actually enables. So one of the things that I want to put forward as a provocation is about which creativity are we wanting to develop? Well, my point, and also the authors in this book that you kindly speak of, Christoph, is about artistic and scientific creativities. It's looking at a multiplicity, and it's asking the question that creativities of the artist, the scientist, the mathematics all result not from a labor or the imprint of the maker on an array of materials, but rather it's a process of ongoing by attending to the process of what constitutes, in STEAM, at least transcending disciplines. And that's what we're seeing when you see on TV and hearing, you know, on podcasts now, we're hearing medical experts talking with scientists that are remodeling and engaging in diverse ways of making sense of COVID-19 and the ways that we need to address this to engage and survive. So a sort of transcending of disciplinary schemas. Is it transcending disciplinary schemas, or is it actually coming together with this epistemology and ontology, lovely big words that talk about knowing, being, and doing? And we're seeing parents knowing, being, and doing, and their children in family homes, being homeschooled and doing what were dynamic relationships before and spaces, but knowing, being, and doing differently. So the key points that I was making in what I found incredibly challenging to speak for 6 minutes around, what we're doing, this word revisioning new ideas of STEAM, thinking about STEAM education as a way of transcending the discipline silos that really don't serve us well in these kinds of experiences of this crisis, where you're seeing the real world experience is people are coming together from all disciplines, from all collaborative sort of zones in the world, and coming together in a global kind of knowledge and creative space to think differently, to know differently, and to be different. And so we will not go back to normal. We are in a new normal. And when we think about how this interconnectivity and the multiple forms of creativity, the types of creativities that are out there, being engaged in new forms of authoring, I think we are at a time when education, this is a time for education to really, and educators and policymakers to really enact change in ways that see education not for sort of generational replacement, but rather of securing the continuity of life, of securing the continuity of life. Now, how do we do this? In my talk, I spoke of the book, which has authors looking at practices, looking at ways of thinking in post-human ways, in engaging with technology and science and arts creativities in innovative ways, in the same sense as we see with the math art movement that Christoph is heading up and is Finnish-led, which engages young people in activities that celebrate the interplay between arts, science, mathematics, again, transcending disciplinary schemas. And this is the message, and I hope the takeaway kind of point I was making in the 6 minutes. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Pam. So we are all very much open to your provocations. So please continue provocate us during this session and also beyond. So both you and Anne Harris have not only strong connections to art, but you are both artists as well. So not only researchers. I have to say it like that. I'm sorry from everyone. And I yes.
And we'll walk in the sun after this.
So I remember. Sorry.
Yeah, Christoph, you can continue. Yes.
Yes. So I remember to Anne Harris, one of Anne Harris' fantastic talk about the poor situation in creativity research, that it always arrives too late to the party and leaves too early or something. I don't have the rhetoric abilities like you have as a playwright and actor and everything to explain it. But my question goes to you. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
I can. Yes. Okay. Can you hear me?
So yes, we do. So how do you see this after COVID situation as a researcher of creativity and also as a creative artist? If you could reflect on both, on your identities in this context.
Thank you, Christoph, and hello everyone from Melbourne, Australia. It's great to be here. I'm pretty blown away by the technology and just the numbers. It's pretty cool. I'm an American living in Australia, and so I feel like I bring sort of both sensibilities to my work. And in my talk, I highlighted what I think is probably the most profound, I think will be the most profound reverberation from COVID, which is the relational and the sociocultural. I think that it's been very interesting that schools, classes, learning from higher ed to compulsory contexts have been quickly able to online a lot of the learning, particularly even in collaborative and creative ways. Arts classes, I mean, studios are challenging, but collaborative creative work has been quickly adapted. We who do that work are all good at moving quickly. We're flexible, we're lateral thinkers. And I think it's been fascinating to see that, not without pain, of course, and lots of labor, but it's been fascinating to see that because in my work for the last 10 years or so, a lot of the creative arts, the art practitioners and teachers have worried that it's not possible to do this work online in the ways that we are as fulsomely as an embodied experience together. But that seems to me to be quickly having adapted itself. What hasn't is some of the questions about assessment, which I just love, because I've never, as an artist, believed that creativity in education needs to be or should or would benefit from being reduced to skills. So perhaps I'm the outlier on this panel, but I don't think they're a set of skills to be taught. Someone said in the last panel, creativity can't be taught. I believe that from my own experience as a playwright and a performer, but also as a teacher, I think you can make the conditions for it. And so in my work, in my creativity work, research work, I talk about attending to creative environments, creative ecologies, making the atmospheres and the environments for these mindsets to take flight. As some of the previous speakers were talking about play. And it's just astounding to me, as it is to many of you who've already spoken and written in questions, that our compulsory schooling context and environments just continue to not adapt to that need that is becoming so evident in other places in our global cultures. So I think that there's going to be some fun and interesting post-COVID adaptations about how we address the need for real structural change, which has been the part. I mean, we're all over teaching skills and capacities, right? That's been happening, but it doesn't seem to have been improving the creativity quotient in compulsory schooling as effectively as we know that it could. PISA's coming out with its creativity a test next year that'll sit alongside the numeracy and literacy. I think that's going to provide interesting opportunities for a debate around the value of testing in creativity. But COVID has turned all of that on its head, and it's proven to us that actually assessment is really only in the service of learning, and that's happening now really quickly online. But the formalized standardized testing is the thing that's problematic. So we'll see, but it's great to be here. I'll turn over to the rest of you. I know there are many speakers. Thank you very much.
Christoph, I have one quick question for Pam and Annie, and is that many people are asking here that art creativity has been mostly linked with art, and but it is not very much valued still in the normal curriculum. Maybe some people are understanding the importance of art as a part of STEAM, but not as a main curriculum. So what are your comments on this question?
Shall I go first, Anne?
You go.
Okay.
You go first, Pam.
I'm always asking, which creativity are we planning to assess and when? You know, one of the hardships of assessing creativity is that we're not specific about which one it is. There is mathematical creativity, you know, there's domain specific creativity. It's not just the remit of the arts. This is a myth, and it's really a misconception and a stereotype view that it's very not contemporary. Mathematical science creativity, digital creativity. Think of Leonardo da Vinci. I mean, who had amazing practices that were very much, when we look at Leonardo da Vinci, it creates an ecological crisis for education. I think we're in an ecological crisis for education. So we need to really look at how we're defining the notion of creativities, knowing that there are multiple knowledges, indigenous knowledges, intercultural knowledges, literacies is also pluralized. So until we pluralize creativity, so we're looking at, the diversity of creativity so that we can be very specific about which one we're assessing or measuring or teaching for, then I think we stay, in the 19th century.
Okay, thanks, Pam.
Yes. You had a reflection on this too, Pam?
Yeah, yes. I would just say that in Australia, we are at a national level hostile to the notion of STEAM. We're very STEM addicted, and we believe that creativity or creativities. Thanks, Pam, for that reminder. Our creativities are best served in the STEM subjects, but I think Pam's point is a universally urgent one, which is that silos don't work anymore. They don't work in business. They don't work in life or play or relationships, and they certainly don't work in compulsory education. So we definitely devalue the arts in Australia, and that's been going on for about 40 years. But I would say, in my research experience as a full-time researcher for the past 8 years, I think it's regional and context specific, because there are places in our East Asian region where arts education is much more highly valued or much more supported than this kind of more abstract notion of creativity. So I do think we must be mindful that it's context specific and not all places are the same.
Great, thanks for answering. Yes.
We have here Andrea Karpati, who's also a UNESCO chair in Hungary. She's responsible for arts and multimedia education as a UNESCO chair, and also Csilla Lázár, who is running an educational agency in Romania and working with teachers. So I would like to ask first Andrea, who is running a really large European Union art education through arts projects, and then also Csilla, who works a lot with teachers on the field to reflect on this art and science teaching combination, enhanced creativities maybe after the COVID-19. So what's changing in these days from your perspective, and what needs to be brought forward for you? First, Andrea, please. If you can unmute your microphone, Andrea Karpati. Yes, great. Try to unmute
now.
Yes, now, okay. Thank you.
I'm on. Okay, so online learning and teaching brought about an increased role of visualizations, and not visualizations, charts, graphs, images, photographies, films, videos, clips, whatever. Before, for decades, we kept on telling about the role of scientific visualizations in teaching kids with lower verbal skills, mostly coming from low SAS families, social issues, handicaps, behavior issues. These kids can much easier learn when you surround them with artistic or non-artistic pictures or objects, visualizations of all kinds. Now, at the age of the virus, we had to do this because we couldn't go around talking and talking, presenting written leaflets and sheets. We had to be striking, quick, condensed, and so images occupied the place that they always should have. And teaching and learning, at least in the surroundings, in our circle of arts and science and arts and humanities teachers, it became highly visual. And lo and behold, science and mathematics became much more accessible for the children. They not only enjoy it much more than GeoGebra or the beautiful toys, games, whatever that Christoph and his associates are offering us in books and in in packages. So they help teach mathematics that's enjoyable and understandable for those kids whom we want to help in the first place. So visualizations do help, and they are also enjoyable. So we can see now how interdisciplinary arts and science programs are being created in abundance in the distance education platforms that were created because of the virus situation. So my hope is that this new aspect, this imaging aspect of education, it will stay with us. We will focus on the visual even after the virus is over. That's one aspect of creativity, and very briefly about the second aspect. In my little 6-minute talk, I wanted to emphasize some characteristic traits that we need for becoming creative and staying to be creative. Resilience in the first place. Resilience, flexibility, psychological immune competence. Currently, we have just finished evaluating these qualities, PI, psychological immune competence, and resilience in a longitudinal 4-year experiment where arts were in the focus and several disciplines were taught with the help of the arts. And these programs enhanced resilience that is so much needed if you are living in a big city ghetto as a Romani child, or if you are in the outskirts of a village in another type of ghetto. Taking part in a program that develops your flexibility of thinking may be a lifesaver.
Thank you a lot.
Yeah, one quick comment actually that we have got from the audience, our viewers, from Antohe Valerian, and he's talking about maybe we must need to speak about a new kind of pedagogy, and it could be named and seen as the info communication pedagogy, the new paradigm of teaching learning process. So any comment from Andrea? Because you're talking about the visualization and using the visual imaging even in the future. So what do you say about this thought?
Yeah, the contemporary art scene is digital in many, many respects. Multimedia arts are a growing genre. So now we have arrived to a point where digital literacy and visual literacy are combined. So when we talk about a new visual pedagogy, then we are also talking about a new digital pedagogy. So before, we had to make immense efforts to create a visualization and to teach someone read and write who doesn't have so many concepts and so many words, but can see. Today, however, with the help of the new digital tools of teaching and learning, it becomes easier. We are picture generators. As Jean Michel says, we are living in the pictorial turn after the pictorial turn, the age of the image, and that actually we can create, we can be creative if we have ideas. We don't have to be extremely skillful. If we are creative, we can realize this image-driven or focused new digital pedagogy. It is easier now than it was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Christoph, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Gilla, you just finished before the COVID-19 a large European creativity in education enhancement project. How do you see the results in this project, and how do you see what can be brought forward and what can provide help maybe during these days of COVID-19 from these project outcomes?
Hello. So I hope you can hear me. Can you confirm?
Yes, we do. Yes.
Okay, great. So first of all, I'm terribly honored to be here with you, especially that, as Christoph mentioned, I come from a small learning center, a civil organization, an NGO. So I'm not quite on the front line of the digital transforming education at the moment. I'm at the edge of the educational landscape, but I think that at this moment it is really evident that we can't leave schools alone with the education challenge. And maybe there were still some 19th century voices who said that parents, civil organizations, anyone else should not really interfere, should not much interfere with education, because that's the job of teachers and schools. But now it's more evident than ever that we can't really say that, we can't sustain this statement. So we have to welcome and to invite all stakeholders involved in education to come and to contribute to the educational processes. And this is also a call toward the NGOs. I know that there are quite a lot over there who try to help. Before, at the beginning of the conference, it was mentioned that many kids all over the world, unfortunately, don't have access to technology, don't have access to internet. So this is really the time for civil organizations, for businesses, for IT and communication companies to try to come and help, and to really to bring a helping hand to making education better, and to make the world better for our kids. So we are just one of those NGOs who try to contribute to education, to public education in a rural region of Romania. We train teachers, and we bring European cooperation projects to schools. And one project that Christoph just mentioned was boosting internal creative resources of European schools with Finnish models of education for creativity. A terribly long title, sorry, but yeah, we were really happy to be able to come and learn from Finland, where we had excellent teachers. We had Tomáš, Péter, Szabó, and we had Christoph, you, and thank you on this way as well. So we learned a lot from you, but just as the Talmud quote was mentioned, we've learned just as much from each other. So there were teachers from Italy, Holland, Romania, Hungary, who worked together, and we've developed great portfolios together, which are now accessible on our project's website. So in my presentation, I mentioned it's the creativeschools.eu, where you can download the nice teacher's handbook in several languages, where you can read the experience of these teachers. And in my presentation, I mentioned just a few aspects that I think that are really relevant in this context. So we have seen that it's becoming more and more important for teachers to facilitate co-creation for kids. Now we know that as everyone stays isolated in their homes, kids miss each other a lot. So I think it's a great time for teachers to think about how they can facilitate digital co-creation of texts of multimedia materials. By the way, we mentioned the pictures. I think that it's a great reverse learning opportunity for teachers. So if teachers pay attention to those young people who use visual very naturally and who can make great memes and great photos and even great videos. So if teachers pay attention to those assignments that kids produce using visualization, they can in fact learn a lot. Another aspect that was really important and that we studied in Finland and we discussed during our project was the cooperation of teachers of different subjects. So to what a great idea would be, I think, if teachers of different subjects could think of a project and to give assignments together. So we discussed earlier, some people mentioned that families are overloaded with tasks and with coming from school and assignments and things like that. What if 2 or even more teachers plan together and ask kids to do one project that they can assess from different perspectives and where they can assess different competencies? Or maybe one more idea, rethinking the learning space. So now we had to leave behind our nicely equipped, or in some parts of the world not that nicely equipped, but still equipped for educational purposes, that we have to leave behind the classrooms. And now kids are at home and in a totally different learning environment. And how can teachers respond to these new situations? How can a teacher think of, I don't know, science experiments? How can you do science experiments with what you have at hand at home in your kitchen? This way also limiting the time, which is already too much time spent in front of the screens. And in my presentation, there were a few more ideas and obviously much more information on the project website.
Thank you very much, Andrea, for your contribution and your thoughts. So we also have here Andreas Daniel Matt, who actually is a great figure in bringing forward art and mathematics connections and multimedia in mathematics education. And he's the head of imaginary.org, which I think currently the largest global collaboration for connecting mathematics teachers in not only mathematics teachers, but towards mathematics education in the digital era. And actually, he just happened to start International Mathematics Day from UNESCO, IDM, which was taken up the Pi Day, so the 14th of March in this year. This was the first international celebration, and this was straight in the middle of COVID-19. So, Andreas, would you like to share your thoughts on all what has been told, and also how you experienced this situation and what you see for the future for Imaginary?
Hi, welcome. First of all, I did not start the idea, the International Day of Mathematics. So there were many people and organizations involved. So the International Mathematical Union started it together with one driving force professor from Canada, Christian Rousseau. But we were, of course, involved, and a lot of mathematical institutes and societies were involved. Regarding your question, Christoph, so what changed or what happened? I don't know, maybe just to quickly summarize what, of course, on March 14, it's interesting because it was, I don't know, in the middle of COVID-19 for many countries. It was just before it started in other countries, and it was just after it really happened in some countries. The International Day of Mathematics happened in, of course, all over the globe, and we had events in 117 countries on the same day. So 1,040 events planned. Planned in a way that we, of course, we collected the event data, but we didn't, of course, it was not possible to have an overview of what was really happening. And at one point also, it was not clear what's going to happen. and how, I mean, every day of, I don't know, the things changed. So events got cancelled. I don't know. I think in Portugal at one point they still had a lot of events. In Turkey they had a lot of events at that time. In Italy everything was cancelled. Interesting in New Zealand, Australia, things happened a lot. In Indonesia, Philippines, but of course in all around China everything was cancelled, and so on. What I quickly tried to explain in my talk, I don't know if that was clear, that we at one point, of course, we had to cancel the big launch events for that day. So there was no physical launch event, and we decided to do a global, like a digital launch event, and just collecting what was happening on one website, which anyway was nothing else than kind of a filter aggregator of social media, and just to on one page collect a little bit what was happening in the different whatever, Instagram and Facebook. And it was really, really cool just to have this kind of joint, I don't know, one web page, and you could feel this 48 hours, like one day, I don't know how many hours it is really, and a bit more than 48. I think with the time zones, I didn't calculate this, but it was, let's say, 48 plus hours of joint celebration and joint creativity, where like people were just moved by this motivation to celebrate, and creativity sparked, of course, with this crisis, probably even, I don't know, cool innovations came up. Like I gave this example of one person in Italy. He just made an own, like a personal mathematics and art exhibition at home in his house, and then he shared the video. So it was like a shared personal math and art exhibition, and that's cool. I don't know in terms of how this will change. Just, I don't know, one sentence. Yesterday I had a strange feeling, a personal feeling. So yesterday I had a feeling that it's not going to be never again as before, whatever this means. Before, I don't know, the world is changing anytime. But yesterday, I don't know, maybe I'm privileged in Germany that now they're kind of opening up. But I had my first handshakes today with people I didn't know again, and it was so quick coming back to whatever normal is. So I'm not really sure about it will never be again as before. Anyway, never. Everything changes all the time, but yesterday I had the feeling maybe it's going to be back faster than we think. At the same time, I had very, very nice digital tools that are now, I don't know, being used to join creative minds and create something together in a digital form. And I think that's definitely something that will further develop. Anyway, with or without COVID, so that's kind of cool. I don't know. I'm also a little bit shocked about how important these creative tools are and who develops them. We try to develop a lot of tools, so I hope that we can, I don't know, open source, have a lot of open source tools that we can all kind of change and create and use, and so it's not only limited to certain tools. And yeah, I think now, just to close up, we had to cancel a very, very big opening of a new exhibition, and now we will do a digital opening. Like we will, for the first time, do a digital exhibition. And I feel strange because I really like this human beings meeting at this physical human beings there, like, I don't know, doing something. So let's see. But at the same time, what happened with the IDM? We had 15,000 people together on one website, which was very different from having, even if you have a big exhibition opening, it's maybe 300. So that's also strange and interesting. Wow. So I will close here.
So open source, open tools, and physical presence, and but also this massive get together. Yes, these are very interesting experiences. And Zsolt Lavica is here with us, who is also a great promoter of open source with GeoGebra. Are you here, Zsolt? You are also running and starting and finishing a lot of projects currently. So how do you foresee the situation after COVID-19.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm very happy to be here. And so we have very interesting experiences. So some of you who heard my talk, I was talking about that how we are coping with different aspects of the situation. So we are doing different things in parts developing technology. So we are developing GeoGebra as an open source tool, and then it become even more used during the crisis. So we already had more than 100 million students using the software, and then the use is just going up. And then at the same time, what we had is we have lots of resources because of the community of GeoGebra. But these resources, there are more than 2 million resources on the website. And now what we try to do is create a kind of curated selection of materials. So we used in these materials and then try to share with the community. And then we also develop some webinars and then helping the community in many different ways. But also it's impacted our development of the software. So now we are trying to create more online environments and more connections to the web to the web. And then also because of the doctoral school we are working, so all of my PhD students are developing very interesting materials and also trialing the uses on the web and on different websites. And we try to use different kind of media to experiment and then promote creativity, and then use these experiences. Like we have some projects with TikTok and memes and silent videos in different projects, and then we try to see that how we can change teaching and learning from a different kind of innovative perspectives what we have here. So I think what we will have after when the virus effect is coming down, that we will have lots of resources, and then we need to prepare these new environments and then continue experimenting on these environments, and then how we can connect the physical and the digital. And then we are doing it already with augmented reality and 3D printing. So we have a community on this page, and then we try to extend it more to go from the only digital to the physical and everything in between.
Thank you very much. Chris Brownell, you are also just amidst to launch, or it's already started a new project in Stanford University about how to use data in math classes. I think data is very important, very critical also in these days to see the situation with the pandemic. So, what's your reflections on the situation and on the forthcoming era?
Pardon me. Thank you, and again, it's an honor to be asked to be a part of this conference today, and I want to say I'm hearing so many great minds and great thoughts coming out today about what comes next, and how do we take and this opportunity that is afforded to us in the midst of this unbelievable crisis that is also in front of us. How do we turn this present evil to good? And that is inherently a creative question. It's going to require a creative response. And I was listening to some chat or reading some chat, and it was brought up that the Renaissance grew out of the plague, and what comes next is what really excites me. We will get through this, and the only way we're going to get through this is through encouraging the creative solutions, the creative problem solving, and creative approaches to living within all the children and all of the adults on this planet. This opportunity and this amazing the amazing challenges that we are faced with will require us to set aside the things of the past that really are not helping us. An overemphasis on assessment for summative purposes we are finding to be holding us back system-wide. Educational systems in the United States, in other countries as well, are struggling under this process and under this burden of incessant and overpowered standardization and compliance education, rather than the nurturing varieties of education that are going to be required for us to see the COVID crisis as a dry run for the climate crisis, because that one is far more, that one coming is potentially far worse. And we have to be sober and acknowledge that, and we have to start now to change the systems that we have in front of us, that we work within, so that those systems are more responsive and they foster the creativity that that is within all of us and within our children. Along those lines, yes, I am involved with a curriculum development coming out of Stanford University here in California, the U-Cubed subgroup of Stanford run by Jo Boaler. Some math educators will be familiar with her. And the focus there is on data science and teaching within the mathematics curriculum, the larger mathematics curriculum, the ideas of being critically engaged in the world around you, solving real problems, involving real data, communicating that in creative and persuasive and informative ways. All of these things are wrapped into this curriculum, and we are striving from the very beginning to make it flexible enough for all students in any situation that they find themselves in the school situations that the variety or the quite diverse collection of schools within the United States, so that any teacher could walk in and make this course a useful course for their students in their local contexts. That said, I spent my talk, the bulk of my video talk, talking about John Conway, and I can't walk away from this opportunity and not say something. If you are not a math person and you're not familiar with the sometimes iconoclastic personality that John Conway was, I would encourage you to get to know him. I was putting together the video with, right about the same time that Conway passed away, and it was just too important a moment to pass without saying something. And I appreciate Paul Hildebrandt having mentioned it earlier. His legacy will has changed the world for many, many people, and will continue. Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me, Christoph and Haram.
Thank you very much, Chris, and thank you for also in your talk and now reminding us to such a creative and innovative personality like John Conway. I was really lucky to meet with him a few years ago, and he was also taken by COVID-19, so we must also pay attention to these aspects when we are talking about the situation. And yeah, when you are asking what's next, so I definitely have no answer to this question as well, but I could add who's next, and I have an answer for that, both literally and also metaphorically. So Jukka Sinnemäki is the next, also in terms of this meeting, but also I think in global terms as well, if I might say so, because Jukka is a teacher in Finland, actually in Jyväskylä, and he has a holistic approach, and health and well-being is absolutely in the core of his approach, and his approach and methods and relationship to the children really got a lot of attention, and I hope that it will get more and more attention worldwide. He was just among the finalists of the Global Teacher Prize, and I know that there are these honors, and this means something or not, but anyway, this brings visibility. And I know Jukka, and I know that his relationship with the children really have to be seen and have to be experienced by many teachers and many parents and many children around the globe. So I'm really happy that he's here now, and I think his approach centering health, focusing on health and well-being, will be definitely important aspect during COVID-19 and after COVID-19 even more. So Jukka, please say some words to us on your approach and on health and well-being.
Well, hello everyone. You can hear me?
Yes.
And thank you, Christoph, for the kind words. And I'm also incredibly honored to be invited for this conference. So congratulations for your team. You have done amazing work. I thought I won't go through my little presentation, a few minutes, what is seen on the video, but I would like to provoke a little bit. It came just listening all these interesting talks, and this kind of image and idea came to my mind that I have heard, probably we all have heard this saying that it takes a village to raise a child. And now putting on the scale that in some sentence, and I'm not going to quote Professor Nate Tammäki, that I'm not putting on the other side, that it's taking a village to raise a child versus a pocket school. So is it the same thing, a village and a smartphone? But right. What I want to address here is that the balance. And as I often say, that the well-being is the foundation for learning. And this is what I have done for 20 years, and seeing in my work that how how much more is there to see. And if I describe it as an iceberg, that we often see just the 10%, the visible part, and that's why I often like to ask that which part the educators should really influence. And I actually found a study, because World Health Organization has been on the news because of the COVID-19 and many other reasons as well, but I found the paper which was written 20 years ago, and it says the idea is that the school could be the place where the whole school's activities contribute physical, social, and emotional well-being. When these needs are met, students have the opportunity to take advantage of training. Everybody wins when the school promotes health. And actually, just a recent, very quick example, what happened, that was great when Mr. Heram started with this sisu, what really means like a perseverance, grit, guts. And I think this is something we should value a much more, not to give up. But this COVID-19, when it came so suddenly, so I kind of see that we have been like some, understand me right, that we have been like some animals in a barn, and now we force them to go out to the field. And actually there was not just what they feel when they find the new fields, new environment. So it kind of reflected me that we have to do as educators and fathers and mothers for our kids, to take kids different environments, take them different places, and the creativity will be inevitable. So it's not like a button you push or you just create. So for some kids, it has to be a safe place. So, and in such a crisis as the COVID-19, it really also bring a lot of good to us. And I'm sure, I think Pamela or someone referred that there will be many things what will remain, and they should remain, and what we can learn from this pandemic, what we are on now. But I would like to probably leave on here, and if there is later some questions, so I leave time for that as well. So thank you for all of you.
Thank you very much, Jukka. Very important thoughts. I also love this. A village needs to raise up a child versus pocket school. So you really got the point. Great. So now the floor is for comments and questions, also from online, from the internet. And Shirin, Heram.
Yes. So I'm ready with the big list, but I think I will ask more generalized questions so that most of the points can be covered through the answers for the audience. So actually, and because we are also running short of time, so the question is that how can we support our students' creativity through online resources for maintaining STEM plus activities, in your opinion? This question is for all speakers. It's open question, so anybody who would like to answer this, please go ahead. If you want, I can repeat the question. How can we support our students' creativity through online resources for maintaining STEM plus activities, in your opinion?
Can I ask for clarification on the last part? Same activity?
They are actually, it's like STEM and other activities. So
STEAM.
Yeah.
I heard same. Sorry. Online is a rich environment to conduct STEAM investigations. Not everything, unfortunately. You're going to struggle with some science areas, and others may be challenging. But what has to happen in this online setting is in my opinion, is a rethinking of what it means. What is the content of the curriculum? And if you're flexible enough with your definition of what content is, there's ample opportunity online for STEAM education.
Yes, great. Anybody wants to add something to Chris?
Maybe I add to Chris. So we are working together with Christoph and Chris in many ways, and then there are lots of different kind of resources. And what is our experience many times that connecting the digital environment with the physical environment is very interesting. And then we try to see that whatever is online resources, that whole students can use some of the tools which is already at their home, or if it's possible, then we can go beyond this kind of ordinary tools. So if there are other resources like 3D printers or different kind of games like Logifaces or Looks or other things are available, and then connecting this in this kind of environments, then it could be very successful. And then also, if you look around on the STEAM spaces, like we have some Facebook groups and so on, there are lots of these kind of competitions, arts competitions for the students. Or my other PhD students is running an augmented reality competition in Luxembourg, or in South Africa, the mathematical arts. And the students are really engaged in this kind of environments, and inspiring them and then showing them the resources to each other is a very effective way. So there are lots of initiatives in this area, and then it's quite easy to find. And then I agree with Chris, then we need to look at that, what kind of activity and then what kind of curriculum match we are looking for.
Yeah, great, thank you. Christoph, one question, I also have another question. Like when I was going through all these presentations in this session, I came up with this term called math art, and which is not so common, like commonly known term for the teachers who are right now teaching in the classroom. So this is something that is pretty new to them. So would you like to throw some light on this concept of math art?
Well, there are some people with us like Paul Hildebrand or Micah Serra, who has much more knowledge on this like me. But it's actually, for me, it means that mathematics is much more than what can be recognized in many of the mathematics classrooms. So mathematics has also a cultural impact, and also has a lot of to do in what we call art. And in mathematics and art connections, there are a lot of opportunities to learn art through mathematics, or do art through mathematical thinking, systematic thinking, or thinking about patterns and symmetries, just to mention the most obvious connections. And also we have a lot of opportunities to learn mathematics through artistic activities. And I find these connections very important in those terms, that it allows children to recognize their own talents on different ways. And maybe some children are not too courageous in the math class, but more active in the art class, and vice versa. And they can recognize that how they can also collaboratively create something by putting together these two special perspectives of looking at the world. And I see a lot of potentials to this in teaching and learning mathematics and arts.
Great, thank you for this this answer.
Can I jump in? Hello.
Yeah,
an example is the practice of knowing in mathematics and the practice of knowing in art, math arts, of Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. you know, it is the relationship of mathematics and arts is inextricably, you know, visible in that work, where the maths and the arts are inextricably linked in that sort of bodily, material, discursive way. One can't be separated from the other.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
There is also Paul and Mike. I want to say something.
Yes, Mike and Paul would like to speak. Please go ahead.
Okay, I beat Paul to it. Am I there? Do you hear me?
Yes.
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 Okay. I think that I was mentioning in the comments that schools and education suffers from a kind of institutional amnesia, just because they want to buy the shiny new thing, so they have to forget about all the stuff they did last year or last decade. But if you're old like me, you remember that kids went to drafting class, and if you're drafting, you are doing the allied skills that Leonardo did. You're drawing. But if you take a drafting class or 2 or 3 like I did, you learn all the intricacies of measurement. You learn fractions. I grew up as a carpenter's son. While math was never my best subject, if you're working and cutting wood and using a ruler, you quickly learn all the we didn't use metric, of course, in the United States, so we had to learn fractions, of course. So like Pam was saying, Leonardo da Vinci really embraces not a fine art like we think of abstract expressionism, but Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo were technicians, master technicians. When you wanted to build a church in Renaissance Italy, you called a painter. Unfortunately, you didn't have a phone, but you called a painter because they knew how to draw and measure and visually represent to the Pope or to the banker what they were talking about. So the Italians really knew the bridges between art and science at a more real level than we do. Our over specialization is our Achilles heel. That's all I'll say.
Great. Yes.
And I guess Mike is also would like to say something.
Mike just said something. So.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Paul. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah. I was just thinking that. Really, the best mathematicians that I know are artists. Some of them are only artists, like Clark Rickert. He'll say, well, you know, the problem with being a mathematician is you have to prove stuff. If you're an artist, you don't have to prove anything. But Conway, I think, was a wonderful artist. For instance, you know his concept of surreal numbers. To me, even the name is like a 2-word poem, surreal numbers. And I know Penrose, the last time we saw him in San Francisco, he was talking, and most of his lecture was drawing pictures for us. So, you know, I don't really see art and math as being inseparable. They're really just different interpretations of the same day.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, thanks a lot for your comments, Mike and Paul. And Pam. Yes. Thanks.
Yes. So, Shirin.
Yes, so I guess we are now towards the end of this session. So I thank you all for joining me and Christoph here for this amazing, wonderful session. And I know every one of you has a capacity to talk for days together, but sorry to restrict you for a few minutes here. So I really wish that we can continue this dialogue for a longer period of time, and I hope to do so through different mediums of communication, and then we can be able to meet each other quite frequently, and thus we can encourage a lot of thinking and a lot of action to our research. So I thank you all for joining me in this session, and then I hand it over to Hiram.
Okay, so thank you very much all. This is a great session, and now we are really towards the end of the session and end of this conference. And to make this a cherry on the cake, we have none other than the main person who has started this idea, or the chief steward for the World Creativity and Innovation Week, Dr. Jim Friedman. Please welcome Dr. Jim Friedman. He has been an amazing support for all this conference. and they have been promoting the creativity and innovation across. Dr. Friedman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Wow,
yes.
wow, nice to hear your voice. And by the way, he has been to the, like, for example, he's from the White Family Associate of Clinical Professor of Creativity and Entrepreneurship, and he is a Chief Steward for World Creativity and Innovation Week. So after hearing this, I will request Dr. Friedman to say remarks and conclude the overall this conference. Your remarks.
Wonderful. So great to talk to you. My name is Jim Friedman. I am a professor of creativity. So during the conversation, I've been listening for the last few hours. There was the question of, is creativity able to be taught? And I'd like to say yes, because I've convinced Miami University in Oxford, Ohio, that it is. And so I do like to keep my job. I call it kindergarten for college students. And my job at Miami University in teaching creativity is really to share the mindset, the tool set, and the skill set which help people think differently. And I've heard so many great things. I appreciate the introduction. It's not completely fair because I was not the one who began World Creativity and Innovation Week. That was started by Marcy Siegel in Canada. I became the chief steward this past year. And what we've been doing with World Creativity and Innovation Week is we have been empowering the people of the world in order to connect, in order to share their creativity and empower any celebration. And we have celebrations in more than 60 countries and growing. Today is the final day. The final day of World Creativity and Innovation Week is World Creativity and Innovation Day, recognized by the United Nations. And we very much appreciate you throughout the world getting together to celebrate World Creativity and Innovation Day. But the week begins on April the 15th, which is Leonardo da Vinci's birthday. And it goes until the end. If you're interested, and I hope that you are, in keeping the creativity conversation going, I hope you'll visit WCIW.org, WCIW.org, which is World Creativity and Innovation Week.org, which is where we are celebrating all the people, all the countries, and all the conversation that goes on so that we can keep this going. In many ways, as I believe it was Chris who said that there's something actually very good about if something good is going to come out of this COVID-19, it's that we have to be creative. And in the most difficult times, we are required. Actually, that's probably not true. Not just required, but it just bursts from us, that we figure out other ways, that we get out of the same old thinking, that we stop being rote, that we stop doing it the exact same way and we find other ways to do it. And part of creativity, one of the main mindsets of creativity, is collaboration. It's the coming together and taking an idea that one person has and having it crash into an idea that another person has and creating something brand new. And I hope through this conference, you all have gotten some ideas. I certainly have. I got a whole page of notes. I hope there's an exam because I think I'm ready for it. Again, World Creativity and Innovation Week. The week ends today, but the conversation continues. If you'd like to get in touch with us, WCIW.org. Well, really appreciate this. I was asked to be a part of this conference last night. And so very happy to be included. I will be speaking in Nigeria in 56 minutes. So I'm very pleased with the air miles that I hope to be getting for all my world travels. So thank you again for inviting me. Please take a look at World Creativity and Innovation Week and let us know how we can support you. That's our job. We are here as a support, as a way to connect. I was going to say, and I don't know if I can do this, but I'm going to try just because this is cool technology. If I can hit this, am I allowed to share my screen?
Yes,
this
yes, you can do that. Yes.
This just came in last night. This is the, wow, let me try that one more time. We seem to have a, yep. I'm going to try that one more time. Here we go. This happened last night. These are the ambassadors in Europe, the people throughout Europe who have agreed to spread world creativity and innovation throughout their country. And so you can see Denmark, France, Ireland, Netherlands, Belgium. We have people who are working with us throughout these countries, who are spreading the word, who are empowering others, who are making people aware of conferences like this so that other people can share in the world of creativity. We actually have 27 creative ambassadors throughout Africa in 23 different countries. If you would like to be an ambassador for creativity in your country, wherever you're listening to us from during the end of this conference, again, please let us know. So again, thank you. I appreciate your time. Take a look at the website. Let us know how we can support. Happy World Creativity and Innovation Day.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Fredman. This has been a pleasure that you have been here, and it's honor that you can be able to attend this and say a few closing words for this conference. And now this is the time to conclude the final part. So I can see that just to give the importance of this online conference, I can see that there are 312 questions which has been asked, and out of which only 67 questions have been answered. There is an amazing length of questions which you need to answer. So before saying thank you to all the speakers, now this is a big task on all of us to again come back and continue this dialogue for the future, where we can be able to get the possibility to share the wealth of knowledge which you are all having and continue dialogue for the till we get to the main conference. So we will share all these questions to all the speakers and hope that we can be able to again come back. Christoph and my entire team will take care of that. We can be able to have similar things in parts, maybe in the different section, because this kind of a marathon conference was there. But I appreciate that we have speakers from east to west, from Taiwan till USA. Everyone was there, and they in different time zones, and they're still got up early in the morning in USA and still awake in Taiwan. That's the real amazing passion that I can be able to see. So with these words, on behalf of Council for Creative Education Finland, University of Jyväskylä, World Innovation and Creativity Day, I would like to say thanks to all the audience, those who have been patient in all these things. There has been very great comments that thank you for sharing all these things. Thank you, CC Finland. Thank you, University of Jyväskylä. And I feel really motivated to give my best in teaching during critical times. Kristina Nikolaita says that. Then well done, team, and would like to join the conference again. These are some of the comments. And there has been comments from Kerry, Osborne, Asha Lata, Vidyasagar, Fadila, Zoriak, Amita Kulte, and a lot of people. There are a lot of comments on YouTube and Facebook. With this part, just start all the cameras and just say, go for this, and let's say happy Creativity and Innovation Day for all of you. And I would like to say goodbye to all. Yes.
We
Oh,
cannot
Krista.
see.
Yes,
Heram, we
yes.
can see.
I guess there is some problem in last minute of my camera. Don't worry, it doesn't matter now. Actually, Christoph.
You can see me as Hiram's better half. So you are seeing the better half.
And Christoph, please
Thank
say.
you very much, Shirin and Haram, and for your team. So you can see that there is only one person is stronger than a camera. It's Haram Kulkarni and Shirin Kulkarni. So you really done a wonderful job. So thank you for all the team for bringing this together, and thank you for the honor of the visit us of the chairman of the World Creativity and Innovation Day, and thank you for all who has joined to this day. It was a great celebration, and I definitely see there is hope and there is future after COVID-19. So we must go into that direction. Thank you for all. So we continue the conversation. Thank you a lot.
Goodbye.
Take care. Have a nice
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. So. हॅलो एक मिनिट जरा हॅलो हम बोला हा अगं होते yes, I can see that. The problem is that yes, because the window has been separated.